Imagine yourself tonight, lying quietly in your bed. The room has grown still. The labor of the day is over. The body, which has carried you through hours of effort, begins at last to loosen its hold. Your hands grow warm and heavy. Your breathing lengthens. The pillow receives your head more deeply with each passing moment. The outer world, with its noise, its demands, its restless claims upon your attention, begins to fade into the background. And as all of that gently recedes, something else, something far more important, begins to awaken. Most men do not notice this moment. Most drift through it unconsciously. They lie down with the burden of unpaid bills still upon their chest. They rehearse the conversations that wounded them. They count their troubles as others count coins. Will you carry fear with them into the dark? And then they wonder why tomorrow resembles yesterday, why the same walls close in upon them, why life repeats itself with such stubborn fidelity. They do not know that they have gone to sleep praying for the very thing they say they wish to escape. They do not know that the final feeling carried into sleep is a command, and that the subconscious, faithful beyond all words, accepts it as law. But you are here because somewhere within yourself you have begun to suspect that night is not merely rest. You are here because some whisper in you has already recognized that sleep is not an ending, but an entrance, not an escape from life, but a doorway into creation. You are here because you do not wish to fall asleep, as the world falls asleep, in fatigue, in resignation, in the dull repetition of old fears. You are here because you are ready to cross the threshold consciously. You are ready to enter the night with power. Listen to me carefully now, and let these words come over you like a soft tide. There is a hidden abundance code. It is not written on paper. It is not locked in a bank vault. It is not possessed by the privileged, nor handed to the fortunate few. It is not hidden in the stock exchange, nor in the advice of men, nor in the struggle of labor. It is hidden much nearer than that. It is hidden in the state you carry into sleep. It is written silently upon the mind, when the body grows still. It is impressed upon the deeper self, in that sacred interval, when the world of sense loosens its grip and the unseen accepts your feeling as truth. The code is not outside you. It never was. It is not a thing you chase. It is not a secret charm to be purchased or borrowed. It is an inner pattern, a spiritual arrangement, a law of consciousness that begins to operate when you cease clinging to appearances and dare to enter sleep in possession of what you desire. This is why the night matters. This is why the hour before sleep is holy. For in that hour, the mind is not merely resting. It is being written upon. It is being directed. It is being shaped. And if you understand this, if you use it deliberately, then you will no longer surrender yourself to unconscious repetition. You will begin to reprogram the very roots of your life while you sleep. I tell you that your mind can be changed while you sleep. Yourself can be changed while you sleep. Your concept of wealth, of freedom, of supply, of worthiness can be altered while you sleep, not by force, not by anxious effort, not by pleading with some power outside yourself, but by law, quietly, naturally, inwardly. The same law that has governed your life without your knowledge can now be used with knowledge. The same doorway through which you have carried fear can be used to carry abundance. The same threshold through which you have entered tomorrow as a poor man in consciousness can now be crossed as one already rich in being. Now do not strain to understand me with the surface mind alone. Let what I am saying settle more deeply than logic. Let it move beneath your reasoning and descend into that softer region where feeling takes root. For this is not merely something to be admired as an idea, it is something to be used, tonight, in your own bed, in your own silence, in your own being. Imagine again the moment just before sleep. The body is heavy, but not yet gone into unconsciousness. The eyes are closed, but the mind still gently glows with awareness. The world is dim, time seems to loosen, memory softens. In that moment, you stand at what I have often called the state akin to sleep. It is a borderland, a golden interval, a holy threshold. Here the conscious mind, with all its objections, all its doubts, all its tiresome insistence upon what the senses report, begins to yield. And as it yields, the deeper mind opens. The subconscious stands ready to receive. It does not argue. It does not ask whether the thing felt is reasonable. It does not consult the evidence of the day. It receives, it accepts. It begins at once to outpicture what has been impressed upon it. This is why I say to you that tonight need not be another night of unconscious planting. It need not be another night in which you hand over your mind to old griefs and old limitations. It can be the night you begin differently. It can be the night you stop sleeping as the victim of life and begin sleeping as its author. It can be the night you cease rehearsing scarcity and begin entering the silence clothed in the feeling of supply. It can be the night you discover that the world you awaken to tomorrow is not determined by chance, but by what you dare to assume tonight. Most people never realize what they are doing in those final moments before sleep. They allow the day to continue inside them long after the day has ended. They lie in darkness, but inwardly they are still counting debts, still defending themselves in imaginary arguments, still revisiting humiliations, still burdening the heart with the old story of lack. They do not know that this inward conversation is creative. They do not know that emotion carried into sleep is seed. They do not know that the subconscious never sleeps, never forgets, never fails to bring forth after its kind. So they go to bed poor in feeling and wake to more evidence of poverty. They go to bed burdened and wake to fresh burdens. They go to bed expecting struggle and wake to another day arranged in the image of that expectation. But you are not here to continue in that way. You are here because some deeper wisdom has already stirred in you. You have sensed, perhaps dimly until now, that if sleep has been used unconsciously to continue the old life, it can also be used consciously to begin a new one. And I tell you this is true. There is no greater daily opportunity given to man than the entrance into sleep. Each night you are offered access to the workshop of creation. Each night you approach the inner temple. Each night the outer world falls away enough for you to touch the cause of all outer things. Each night you may enter as one resigned or as one aware. Each night you may carry in fear or carry in abundance, and whichever you carry in, that will be accepted as your prayer. Do you hear how tender and how powerful this is? You do not need to become another person by willpower in the middle of the day. You do not need to fight the whole world at once. You do not need to convince the facts. You need only understand the threshold. You need only understand what happens when the body sleeps and the inner man remains receptive. You need only understand that what you feel in those final moments is being impressed upon the deep. Once impressed, it begins to work, quietly, faithfully, invisibly at first, but no less certainly for being unseen. So let us make this plain. There is indeed a hidden abundance code, and this code is not an object. It is a pattern of inner being. It is the deliberate assumption of abundance before sleep. It is the acceptance of wealth as inward fact before any outer sign has appeared. It is the refusal to go into the night as one deprived. It is the willingness to let the body sleep while the mind is impressed with fulfillment. It is the quiet spiritual act of becoming inwardly what you wish the world to reflect. This is the code. It is hidden only because men look outward for what must be done inwardly. It is hidden only because the world teaches action before assumption, effect before cause, struggle before embodiment. But I tell you, abundance begins in consciousness, and the richest soil in which to plant it is the drowsy state before sleep. Tonight, as you listen to my voice, I want you to feel that a sacred seriousness is descending upon this hour. Not heaviness, but meaning. Not tension, but importance. I want you to feel that this is not casual. This is not merely another talk to be heard and forgotten. This is preparation. This is consecration. This is the beginning of a new relation to your own mind. If you will receive it, if you will allow these words to pass beneath your thoughts and settle into your feeling, then before this night is over, something within you will already have shifted, perhaps gently, perhaps almost imperceptibly, but truly. And once that inner movement begins, the outer must in time bear witness. I will show you how this works. I will take you step by step into the mystery of the night. I will show you why most men continue planting the old life without knowing it. I will show you how to cease doing that. I will show you what the abundance code truly is, and how it is impressed upon the subconscious when the body yields to sleep. I will show you how to use feeling rather than force, assumption rather than struggle, inner acceptance rather than outer chasing. And before this night is over, you will understand how to enter sleep not as one hoping for abundance, but as one already inwardly possessed of it. Now let that thought sink into you. Not hoping, already possessed, not waiting, already entering, not asking the night to bring you something from outside, but allowing the night to receive what you have already accepted within yourself. This is the great difference. It is the difference between sleeping as the old man and sleeping as the new. the difference between unconscious repetition and deliberate creation, the difference between going to bed in want and going to bed in fulfillment. If you have lived long with worry, this may sound almost too gentle to be powerful. If you have struggled much, you may think the true change must come through more effort. But I tell you, the greatest changes often begin in stillness. The deepest causes are not loud. The seed makes no noise when it enters the soil. The womb does not shout while it creates. The dawn does not argue with the night. It simply arrives. So too with this law. It works silently. It works beneath the surface. It works while the senses rest. And because it is quiet, men miss it. Because it is inward, men doubt it. Because it asks them to feel rather than strain, they overlook it. Yet it remains true whether noticed or not. So tonight, do not miss it. Do not treat this hour as ordinary. Do not lie down as you have always lain down. Do not carry into the holy chamber of sleep the old account books of fear. Lay them aside. Let the debts of the day remain outside the door. Let the arguments remain outside the door. Let the tired old story remain outside the door. You are about to cross into a place where another law governs, where what you feel is received, where what you accept becomes seed, where tomorrow is being shaped in silence. And I want you now to begin, very gently, to feel what it would mean if this night were different. If this night truly were not another night, if this night became the turning point, if this night became the first in a series of nights in which you no longer impressed scarcity upon yourself, but abundance, if this night became the moment you stopped surrendering your inner world to habit and began using the threshold consciously, if this night became sacred in your memory because it was the night you discovered that you could sleep your way into a new concept of self, imagine that, not as strain, not as demand, just let it touch you. There is something in you that already knows this is possible. There is something in you that already responds to truth when it is spoken quietly enough. And that is why you are still listening. That is why you are here in the dimness, at the edge of sleep, allowing these words to settle over you like a covering. Because some part of you has recognized the threshold. Some part of you is ready to pass through it in a new manner. Then let us begin there. Let us begin not with effort, but with awareness. Let us begin with the understanding that tonight your bed is not merely a place of rest. It is an altar of impression. The final feeling of the night is not small, it is not insignificant, it is creative. Let that become real to you. The final mood, the final inward acceptance, the final state of being as you drift away, that is the hidden writing upon the wall of the subconscious. That is the command carried into silence. That is the abundance code when consciously used. And when once you know this, when once you feel the truth of it, you can never again go carelessly into sleep. For now you know what the threshold is. And tonight, beloved, you will not cross it empty. Now let me speak plainly of the nightly ritual that keeps so many men and women chained to the same conditions year after year. I do not say this to condemn them, for most do not know what they are doing. They have never been taught the creative power of the drowsy state. They do not realize that the final feeling of the night is not a passing mood, not a harmless private sorrow, but a seed. And because they do not know this, they repeat the same inward acts night after night, and then they call the repetition of their outer life fate. Look closely at how most people go to bed. The day is over outwardly, but inwardly it continues. They lie down, but they do not rest. Their heads touch the pillow, but their minds still walk through the same narrow corridors of worry. They review what they owe. They count what is missing. They remember the bill that must be paid, the letter that brought bad news, the account that does not contain enough, the expense that may come tomorrow. They imagine themselves cornered by life. They ask inwardly, how will I manage? What if nothing changes? What if I fall further behind? They do not know that this inner conversation is prayer in reverse. They do not know that they are impressing upon the deeper self the very pattern they fear. A man may spend his day saying he wants prosperity, yet when night comes, he enters sleep feeling deprived. A woman may speak hopefully in the afternoon, but at bedtime she sees herself unsupported, overburdened, uncertain of tomorrow. Outwardly they say they desire abundance. Inwardly, in the sacred hour before sleep, they feel lack. And because the subconscious accepts feeling rather than profession, it receives lack as the truth of being and faithfully reproduces it. This is why lives become repetitive. This is why whole years can pass and still a person feels he is standing in the same place. Not because life is cruel, not because God withholds, not because fortune refuses him, but because every night, in ignorance, he has been giving the same command. He has been entering the silence clothed in scarcity, and then he wonders why the morning mirrors it. He has been planting fear and asking for peace. He has been rehearsing limitation and expecting freedom. He has been sleeping in want and hoping to wake in abundance. But the law is exact. The seed of the night becomes the harvest of the day. I want that sentence to sink deeply into you. The final mood of the night becomes the seed of tomorrow. Let it settle. The final mood of the night becomes the seed of tomorrow. Not the mood you perform for others, not the cheerful phrase you utter in passing, not the wish you half entertain while still doubting. The final mood, the feeling with which you cross the threshold, the atmosphere you accept as you descend into sleep, that becomes seed, that becomes law, that becomes tomorrow in embryo. Now, because this is so important, let us dwell with it a little longer. Suppose a man lies down each night feeling pressure in his chest, mentally balancing what is owed against what is possessed, inwardly confessing, there is not enough, I must struggle, I do not know how I shall continue. What is he really planting? He is planting insufficiency. He is planting uncertainty. He is planting the state of one for whom life is always about to close in. The subconscious does not stop him and say, but you did not mean this, but you wish for something else. It takes the feeling itself as fact. It receives it. It impresses it. And by morning the world remains faithful to that impression. Or consider the one who goes to bed reliving humiliations, imagining what others think, seeing himself overlooked, unsupported, left behind by life. Outwardly, he may call this realistic. Inwardly, it is creative. He is not merely remembering, he is replanting. He is not merely reviewing the day, he is renewing the state. And because the state is renewed nightly, the outer conditions continue with dreadful consistency. The law does not ask whether you are reviewing the past or imagining the future. It responds to the feeling accepted as true now. This is why sleeping in worry is not neutral. It is not harmless. It is not a private weakness without consequence. To enter sleep in fear is to hand fear the mold of tomorrow. To enter sleep in resignation is to give resignation fresh authority in your world. To enter sleep feeling trapped is to set in motion those unseen processes by which life arranges more evidence of entrapment. The subconscious does not say, I shall ignore this one because he is tired. It does not say, I shall make an exception because she has suffered. It receives, it records, it outpictures. Do not misunderstand me. I am not saying this to make you afraid of every passing thought. I am saying it to awaken you to the seriousness and the opportunity of the hour before sleep. For once you understand that you have been planting unconsciously, you can begin planting consciously. Once you understand that the repetition of fear has not been neutral, you can stop giving fear the last word of the night. Once you understand that the final mood becomes seed, you can choose the seed. The great tragedy is not that men suffer. The great tragedy is that they suffer creatively without knowing it. They imagine they are only worrying. In truth, they are decreeing. They imagine they are only being practical. In truth, they are impressing a state. They imagine the night is merely the end of the day. In truth, it is the beginning of tomorrow. And because they do not know this, they repeat the false ritual faithfully. They undress the body, but not the burden. They close the shutters, but not the old story. They lie down in darkness, but inwardly they keep alive every fear they say they wish would end. Listen to how subtle it is. A man says to himself before sleep, I must somehow find more money. He thinks this is hopeful. But what is the feeling behind it? Lack. Another says, I cannot go on like this. She thinks this is honesty. But what is the feeling behind it? Helplessness. Another says, perhaps tomorrow something will change. He calls this optimism. But what state is being impressed? That change is elsewhere. That fulfillment is not now. That he is still one who waits. The subconscious receives the feeling beneath the words. It receives the state, not the cleverness of the sentence. And therefore men can pray for abundance while sleeping in poverty of feeling. This is why I tell you that the subconscious is not a judge, not a moralist, not an interpreter correcting your errors. It does not sit in counsel over your impressions. It does not filter them. It does not improve them. It does not say this one is undesirable, so I shall not accept it. It receives, it impresses, it externalizes. That is its office. It is the womb of creation, faithful and impartial. If you impress it with wealth, it brings forth wealth. If you impress it with fear, it brings forth fear. If you impress it with the state of one always on the verge of disaster, it arranges the world around that state with frightening obedience. I want you to understand how mercilessly exact and how magnificently liberating this is. For the same law that has kept a man in repetition can free him from repetition. The same mechanism by which fear has been planted unconsciously can be used to plant abundance deliberately. The same threshold through which 1,000 worries have been carried can become the doorway through which wealth is accepted. The same night that once prolonged the old life can now begin the new one. This is the great turning point. For if a man can sow fear every night without meaning to, then he can sow wealth every night on purpose. If he can repeat scarcity by habit, he can repeat abundance by design. If the subconscious has accepted his old moods so faithfully, it will accept his new one with equal fidelity. The law has not been against him, it has only been obedient. And once a man understands obedience, he need not fear the law, he need only direct it. Can you feel the urgency of this? Not anxiety, but awakening. Can you begin to see why your life may have felt as though it were circling? Why the same tone has returned to your days? Why the same limitations have worn different costumes but kept the same inward pattern? Because the false nightly ritual has been repeated. Because the night has been used to confirm the old self. Because the final mood has been given over to fear, and fear has borne its fruit. Because without knowing it, you have been instructing life from the pillow. Now perhaps you begin to understand something about your own past. Perhaps you can look back over months or years and see how often you went to sleep tired in body and defeated in feeling. Perhaps you can remember those nights when you told yourself nothing ever changes, or I am always behind, or life is hard, and then rose the next day into a world curiously obedient to those confessions. Perhaps now something in you is saying, so that is why my life has repeated itself. So that is why the same struggles returned. So that is why tomorrow often resembled yesterday. If so, then do not use that realization to condemn yourself. Use it to awaken. For the moment you understand the false ritual, you are no longer doomed to continue it. You are not here to feel guilty for what you have planted in ignorance. You are here to cease planting in ignorance. You are here to learn that the night need not be surrendered to worry. You are here to discover that the final moments before sleep are not a dumping ground for the old life, but a sacred chamber in which the new life may be received. You are here to exchange the false ritual for the true one. The false ritual says, let me review my troubles one more time. The true ritual says, let me enter sleep as one already relieved. The false ritual says, let me carry tomorrow's burdens into the night. The true ritual says, let me go into the silence clothed in fulfillment. The false ritual says, I must not forget what is wrong. The true ritual says, I must not forget who I choose to be. The false ritual repeats the problem. The true ritual impresses the solution as present fact. And because I want this to be deeply felt and not merely understood, let me paint the contrast for you. See the ordinary man lying in bed with the lamp extinguished, but the mind still lit by anxiety. He turns from side to side. He sees bills in imagination more vividly than blessings. He hears inner voices asking impossible questions. He tells himself he is only thinking, only being responsible, only trying to solve the matter. But all the while, the deeper self is receiving his mood as instruction. He falls asleep exhausted, and the night seals that exhaustion into tomorrow. Now see the awakened one. He too has known burden. He too may have facts that outwardly remain unchanged, but he has learned something sacred. He knows that if he must impress the subconscious tonight, he will not give it the image of bondage. He lies quietly. He lets the body soften. He allows the senses to grow dim. And in place of worry, he invites another feeling: relief, safety, supply. He does not wait for the world to justify it. He knows the world must follow it. So he enters sleep in possession. And though the outer facts may not yet have shifted, the cause has shifted, the seed has shifted. And because the seed has shifted, the harvest must in time differ. This is the great invitation now before you to stop participating in the false nightly ritual, to stop using your final waking moments to reaffirm the old life, to stop whispering poverty to yourself in the dark while asking for abundance in the light. To stop treating sleep as a passive collapse and begin treating it as a conscious descent into creative power. Let me say again what I want to become fixed in you. The final mood of the night becomes the seed of tomorrow. If you remember nothing else from this portion, remember that, say it inwardly until it begins to ring with truth. The final mood of the night becomes the seed of tomorrow. And if that is true, then tonight matters. Then the pillow matters. Then the final minutes matter. Then the atmosphere in which you yield to sleep matters enormously. Now perhaps a certain seriousness comes over you, and rightly so, but let it be joined with hope. For if the law has been operating all along, then you are not at the mercy of chance. If the repetition of your life has had a cause, then a new life can have a cause also. If what has been impressed in fear could bear fruit, then what is impressed in abundance can bear fruit too. If unconscious planting has been powerful, conscious planting will be powerful as well. The law that has seemed to bind you is the very law that can liberate you. You do not need a new world to begin. You need a new nightly entrance into the same world. You do not need permission from circumstance. You need understanding. You do not need to force tomorrow. You need to seed it. You do not need to battle the whole of life at once. You need only cease handing the night to fear. So let this recognition deepen. You have perhaps been sowing scarcity without knowing it, but you can sow abundance knowingly. You have perhaps been repeating fear nightly, but you can repeat wealth nightly. You have perhaps entered sleep as one burdened, but you can enter sleep as one already relieved. And the subconscious, which has served your ignorance so faithfully, will serve your wisdom with equal exactness. This is why there is no need for despair when truth is seen. Truth seen is freedom begun. The false ritual is false only because it is unconscious. The moment it is recognized, it loses its authority. The moment you see what you have been doing, you are already standing one step outside its spell. And from there, beloved, a new ritual becomes possible. A ritual of abundance, a ritual of inward possession, a ritual in which the night is no longer the burial ground of the day's anxieties, but the womb of tomorrow's wealth. And that is where I shall take you next. Now let me take you more deeply into the revelation itself, for it is not enough to know that the night has been misused. You must come to see what the night truly is. You must feel its dignity, its power, its secrecy, its holiness. For until you see sleep as sacred, you will continue to treat it casually. Until you understand that the hours before sleep are creative, you will continue to waste them on old reactions. But when once you begin to perceive the night rightly, everything changes. The bed is no longer merely a place of fatigue. The dark is no longer merely absence of activity. The closing of the eyes is no longer merely an ending. It becomes entrance, consecration, preparation, creation. Creation. Most people think of sleep only as recovery for the body. And of course, the body does recover. But I tell you, that is not the deepest truth of it. Sleep is not merely rest. Sleep is a workshop of creation. It is the golden threshold between the visible and the invisible. It is the holy interval in which what has been felt as true descends beyond the reach of argument and takes root in the deeper self. Every night, whether men know it or not, they enter a place where tomorrow is being formed. Every night, they pass through a gate in consciousness where the seed of future experience may be planted. They may pass through it blindly or knowingly, but pass through it they must. I want you to feel the tenderness of that thought. There is a holy interval given to you every single day. Not once in a lifetime, not in rare hours of spiritual visitation, but nightly, regularly, faithfully. The world calls it sleep and thinks little of it, but the awakened man knows it as a sacred descent into causation. He knows that in the stillness before sleep, the inner world is more accessible than at any other time. He knows that the outer senses grow dim, and with their dimming, the tyranny of appearances weakens. He knows that reason, which all day long protests, compares, resists, and doubts, begins to relax its grip. He knows that the deeper mind stands ready to receive what is impressed upon it at that hour. This is why I gave to that interval the name, the state akin to sleep. I did not speak of sleep alone, but of that borderland near sleep, that soft and drowsy threshold where the conscious mind no longer stands so rigidly guard over the deeper self. It is not yet full unconsciousness, though the body begins to approach it. It is not ordinary waking, though awareness remains. It is the meeting point of the two. a most delicate and most potent state. And because it is delicate, it must be approached gently. And because it is potent, it must never be despised. When you are fully awake in the daytime, the mind is crowded with evidence. It measures, it argues, it says, this cannot be, that is too far, there is no way, the facts oppose me, I have tried before, I know what life is. Daylight consciousness is often a court of endless objection. The senses come as witnesses, and reason acts as judge, and the old self rises constantly to plead for the old life. But in the state akin to sleep, this courtroom grows quiet, the witnesses fade, the judge grows drowsy, the whole structure of resistance weakens. What could not be easily accepted in broad daylight may be quietly received in that holy interval. And what is received there begins to work with an authority that no waking effort can rival. This is why the state akin to sleep is powerful, not because it is dramatic, not because it is exotic, not because it gives visions merely for their own sake. It is powerful because resistance falls, the critical faculty softens, reason ceases its endless quarreling, the door stands open, and what is felt at that border is accepted as truth by the subconscious. This is the secret of the night. The feeling you carry across that threshold is not treated as fantasy. It is taken as reality, not by the surface mind perhaps, but by the deep mind, which is the real womb of events. So I say again, what you feel in that borderland is received as truth. Not what you say mechanically, but what you feel. Not what you half-heartedly wish for, but what you inwardly consent to as already so. If at the edge of sleep you feel yourself still burdened, still deprived, still uncertain, that is received as truth. If at the edge of sleep you feel yourself relieved, supplied, secure, already in possession, that also is received as truth. The state akin to sleep does not create by noise, it creates by acceptance. It receives the inward mood and gives it future form. Now perhaps you begin to see why I speak of a hidden abundance code. I do not mean by this a mere phrase to be repeated as though words in themselves possessed magic. I do not mean some secret formula that can be pronounced while the heart remains full of fear. I do not mean a verbal charm. I mean a deeper pattern, a spiritual sequence, a union of elements that, when brought together in the holy interval before sleep, impresses abundance upon the deeper self with remarkable power. This hidden abundance code is not one thing only. It is not merely speech. It is not merely imagery. It is not merely desire. It is the living union of assumption, feeling, identity, naturalness, and repeated entrance into sleep with the wish fulfilled. These together form the code. Let me open them to you gently, for each is essential. First, there is assumption. By assumption, I mean the acceptance of your desire as already fulfilled. Not hoped for, not worked toward, not expected someday, but inwardly accepted now. Assumption is the inner act of taking possession. It is the quiet decision that you are already the one you long to be. If you desire abundance, then assumption means that before sleep you cease to be a seeker of abundance and become inwardly one who already has. This is not arrogance, it is not denial of the law, it is obedience to the law. For only what is accepted as present can be impressed as seed. Then there is feeling. Feeling is the secret itself, for the subconscious does not respond to words as the conscious mind does. It responds to the tone of reality. It responds to conviction, to relief, to inward possession, to the atmosphere of already being. Feeling is what makes the imaginal act alive. Two men may say the same sentence, yet one impresses the deeper self and the other does not. Why? Because one says it as a wish and the other as a felt reality. One repeats words while the heart remains empty. The other enters the mood of the thing fulfilled. The subconscious hears the mood. It always hears the mood. Then there is identity. This is more subtle, but no less important. For you may imagine a scene of money, and yet inwardly still feel yourself to be one who never truly has, one who receives briefly, but loses again, one for whom abundance is foreign. In that case, the deeper identity contradicts the scene. But when identity shifts, when you begin to feel, even gently at first, I am one who is already supplied, I am one for whom wealth is natural, I am one whom life supports, then the whole imaginal act deepens. It is no longer about obtaining a result as an outsider. It becomes the expression of who you are. And what feels like identity impresses the subconscious far more readily than what feels like temporary performance. Then comes naturalness. This too is vital. The state you assume before sleep must not remain forever strained, artificial, and overacted. It must begin to feel simple, fitting, ordinary in the best sense. You do not want abundance to feel like a costume you wear for 5 minutes. You want it to begin to feel like your own skin. You do not want wealth to feel improbable within you. You want it to grow familiar, restful, unsurprising. The subconscious receives most deeply what feels natural. Therefore, the hidden abundance code is not fulfilled by emotional violence or forced intensity, but by repeated entry into the state until its feeling begins to soften into familiarity. And then there is repetition before sleep. Not vain repetition, not endless muttering without life, but faithful nightly entrance into the same fulfilled assumption. Why nightly? Because the threshold is given nightly. Because impressions deepen by repetition. Because what at first feels strange may, through repeated peaceful occupation, begin to feel normal. Night after night, you enter the holy interval. Night after night, you take up the same inner position. Night after night, you refuse to go to bed as the old man. And because of this fidelity, the new state grows roots. It moves from experiment to atmosphere, from atmosphere to identity, from identity to fact. So when I speak of the hidden abundance code, I mean all of this together: assumption, feeling, identity, naturalness, repetition before sleep. This is not superstition. This is not idle mysticism. This is the law of inward impression used intelligently. It is a code only because most men do not see how these elements work together. They repeat words without changing identity. They imagine scenes without feeling them. They attempt assumption, but return immediately to the old self. They desire abundance, but do not sleep as one who has already entered it. And then they say the law has failed them, when in truth they have not yet entered the code. Now let me show you more clearly why the state akin to sleep is the appointed hour for this work. During the day, you may try to persuade yourself, but persuasion is often mixed with effort. At night, in that drowsy softness, persuasion becomes less necessary because resistance becomes less active. You do not wrestle the mind so much as lead it. You do not argue with appearances so much as allow them to recede. You do not force belief, you enter mood. This is why the work is so much more subtle and so much more effective. The body grows quiet, the senses dim, the ordinary world loses its hard edges, and the feeling of the unseen may be accepted without such fierce contradiction. And because it is accepted in that state, it is impressed more deeply. That is why I have always urged men to use the moments before sleep wisely. Not because God is absent in the daytime, but because at night the gate is softer, the border is thinner, the old arguments are weaker, the soul is more receptive. The state akin to sleep is like a fertile field after rain. It is ready, it is open. It asks only what will be planted in it. What a different thing sleep becomes when seen in this light. No longer a collapse into oblivion, but a descent into the workshop of creation. No longer something accidental, but something priestly. No longer a passive event, but a creative sacrament. I use that word deliberately, for a sacrament is an outward act carrying inward grace. And what is the nightly descent into sleep? Consciously used, if not such a thing. The body lies down, the eyes close. Outwardly it is nothing extraordinary. Yet inwardly a transfer is made. A state is impressed. A seed is planted. Grace begins its silent work. I want you to begin loving the night for this reason. Not fearing it, not wasting it, not approaching it thoughtlessly. I want you to begin seeing the lamp being lowered, the room growing quiet, the body softening into the bed as the approach to holy ground. For in truth it is holy ground, if you know what you are doing. The holy interval does not require a cathedral. It requires awareness. It does not require outward ritual. It requires inward direction. It does not require effort. It requires acceptance. And so tonight, if you would use the abundance code, do not think first of techniques. Think first of reverence. Think first of entering the night differently. Let the very approach to sleep become gentler, more conscious, more sacred. As the body begins to loosen, tell yourself inwardly, I am nearing the workshop. I am approaching the threshold. I am entering the interval in which what I feel as true will be received. Let that itself begin to quiet you. Let that itself begin to turn you from the day's confusion toward the night's creative possibility. Then understand what is happening. Reason is weakening. Good. Let it weaken. Resistance is lowering. Good. Let it lower. The subconscious is opening. Good. Let it open. Do not rush to fill the space with chatter. Do not drag the whole day in behind you. Enter simply. Enter with chosen feeling. Enter with one quiet acceptance. Enter with the sense that you are already that which you desire to be. Let that mood gather gently around you. Let it clothe you. Let it become the atmosphere of the borderland. And once there, rest in it. Not with tension, but with consent. If you can do this, even imperfectly at first, you will begin to discover that the night itself feels different. The threshold becomes warm rather than anxious. The approach to sleep becomes purposeful rather than unconscious. The bed becomes a place not only of rest, but of inward planting. And with that, all of life begins subtly to change. For the one who enters the night consciously ceases to be merely the victim of yesterday's impressions. He becomes the author of tomorrow's. Do not imagine that this is reserved for rare souls or great mystics. It is given to every man who sleeps. That is what makes it so marvelous. The opportunity is ordinary and therefore easily neglected. Yet the ordinary thing used with awareness becomes the door to the extraordinary. Every night you have this access. Every night you may enter as one poor in feeling or rich in feeling. Every night you may impress fear or freedom. Every night you may strengthen the old identity or nourish the new. And because this is so, every night matters more than men know. Can you feel now the sacred opportunity hidden in the simple act of going to bed? Can you feel the dignity of the hour as it comes upon you? Can you feel that sleep is no longer merely the end of activity, but the beginning of subtle creation? That is the revelation I want to plant deeply in you. Sleep is not escape, it is creation. The state akin to sleep is not a vague curiosity. It is the appointed border where feeling becomes seed. The abundance code is not a magical phrase, but a union of assumption, feeling, identity, naturalness, and repeated entrance into sleep as one already supplied. Now, if this has entered you rightly, the night will never again seem trivial. The pillow will no longer be merely where you place your head. It will be where you begin the inner act. The drowsy state will no longer be a blur between waking and unconsciousness. It will be a golden threshold. The last feeling of the night will no longer be an accident. It will be your chosen seed. And this realization alone, if held, can alter the whole atmosphere of your life. So as you continue with me now, let one conviction settle in the quietest part of you. Tonight is not only for sleeping. Tonight is for planting. Tonight is for receiving. Tonight is for reprogramming the roots of your life. Tonight is for entering the holy interval, not as a tired creature escaping the day, but as a conscious being stepping into the workshop of creation. And because that is true, what you do next matters profoundly. Now we must go to the very foundation, for unless this is understood, all that I have said about sleep, assumption, and the hidden abundance code may still be treated as technique rather than truth. And I do not want you merely to imitate a practice. I want you to awaken to law. For when once you understand the cause of things, you are no longer tossed about by appearances. You cease to live as one petitioning the world. You begin to live as one who knows what the world is. Hear me carefully. Consciousness is the only cause. I do not say it is one cause among many. I do not say it is the most important cause while other causes still compete beside it. I say consciousness is the only cause. Your own wonderful human imagination, your awareness of being, the state you inwardly occupy and consent to as true, that alone is causation. Everything else is effect. Everything else is shadow. Everything else is the echo after the voice has spoken. This is where men go astray. They look at the world and imagine that what they see is making them what they are. They look at the bank account and say, these figures determine whether I am secure. They look at the unpaid bill and say, this paper is the cause of my fear. They look at the debt and say, this circumstance is what binds me. They look at the delay and say, this proves that abundance is not mine. But I tell you, all of that is backward. The effect has been mistaken for cause. The shadow has been crowned as creator. And once a man gives causation to appearances, he becomes their servant. Let us say it plainly, and let the truth strike deeply. The shadow does not create the light. The reflection does not create the face. The echo does not create the voice. The bank balance does not create the state of wealth or poverty. It reveals the state previously occupied. The debt does not create the feeling of bondage. It expresses a state long entertained. The circumstance does not impose identity upon you. It displays the identity you have assumed. The world only mirrors the state you occupy. I want you to feel the boldness of that sentence. The world only mirrors the state you occupy. Not the world as you would like it to mirror you. Not the world as you explain yourself to others. Not the world as you occasionally affirm when afraid. The world mirrors the state you occupy, the state you return to, the state you feel natural in, the state you sleep in, the state you believe yourself to be. That is what life reflects. Now, this may at first seem severe, but it is not severe. It is liberating. For if the world were truly the cause, then you would be helpless. If your figures, your facts, your debts, your history, your conditions were the makers of your life, you would have no real power except to react and perhaps to rearrange effects temporarily. But if consciousness is the only cause, then the root is always within reach. Then no condition is final. Then no appearance has independent authority. Then you are never merely waiting for life to improve. You are free to change the state, and therefore free to change the shadow it must cast. Think of the man who believes in circumstances. He rises each day and takes his cue from appearances. If the account is low, he feels poor. If the post brings bills, he feels burdened. If an opportunity closes, he feels rejected. If the outer world smiles upon him, he feels hopeful. Or if it frowns upon him, he feels diminished. Such a man lives in reaction. He is forever reading the weather of appearances and calling that life. He does not know that he has handed the scepter to shadows. He does not know that he has enthroned effects. And so he spends his strength chasing what should follow him, fearing what should obey him, and waiting for what should be caused from within. Contrast him with the one who has begun to understand that consciousness is the only reality. He too may see the same world for a time. He too may have accounts, obligations, and facts before his eyes. But he refuses them the title of cause. He does not deny that they appear. He denies them creative authority. He understands that what he sees is yesterday's harvest, not today's seed. He understands that to bow before appearances is to continue them, and so he turns inward. He asks not merely, "What do I want to happen?" but "What state am I occupying? What am I inwardly consenting to? What am I being?" And because he asks this, he begins to move from victim to cause. That is what I want for you. I want you to move from waiting for results to becoming cause. I want you to cease looking at life as though abundance were something that must travel toward you from outside. I want you to begin seeing abundance as the natural shadow cast by a changed state of consciousness. For abundance does not begin when money arrives. It begins when the inward state changes. The money is the witness, the abundance is the state. This is why a man may receive money and yet remain poor. The outward form changes for a moment, but the inner state remains the same. He still feels himself deprived, unstable, unlucky, dependent, insecure. And because he still occupies poverty in consciousness, life faithfully reorganizes itself to match that inward condition. The sum arrives and departs. The opportunity appears and slips away. The temporary effect cannot endure, because the cause has not changed. But when the state changes, when a man feels himself to be already supplied, already blessed, already one whom life supports, then whether money comes by one channel or another, abundance begins to stabilize, because it is no longer an event, it is identity. Do not miss this. Abundance is first a state of being. Only afterward does it become a condition of life. If you treat abundance as something external, you will forever be trying to bring in from without what has not yet been accepted within. But if you dare to occupy abundance inwardly, if you feel the relief of supply, the dignity of having, the calm of already being provided for, then the outer world must in time mirror that state. It cannot do otherwise, for the world is a mirror, and consciousness is the face before it. Let me press this upon you with great care, because men are so easily deceived by evidence. The account balance is effect, the debt is effect, the letters, the contracts, the opportunities, the delays, the praises, the refusals, these are effects. Your consciousness is cause. The imaginal act accepted as true is cause. The feeling of being is cause. The state in which you dwell is cause. If you spend your life polishing effects while leaving the cause untouched, you will labor endlessly. But if you change the cause, then even when effects lag for a season, they are already under sentence. They must eventually conform. Perhaps this sounds too simple, but all great truth is simple. Men complicate because they do not wish to accept how near the kingdom lies. They would rather believe in difficult causes, in distant powers, in complicated mechanisms, because then they may keep postponing responsibility. But I tell you, the kingdom is within. Consciousness is the cause. Imagination is the root. Feeling accepted as true is the creative act. That is why you must learn not merely to ask for abundance, but to become inwardly abundant. Now, someone may say, but Neville, when I look at the facts, they are so persuasive. Yes, facts are persuasive to the senses, but they are not self-created. A photograph may seem persuasive, but it does not generate the face it depicts. A mirror image may seem exact, but it does not generate the expression it reflects. So too the world of fact. It appears solid because it is crystallized. It appears authoritative because it has hardened. But what has hardened can be softened by a change of cause. What has crystallized can melt before a new state. The man who understands this does not tremble before facts, because he knows facts are only frozen consciousness. And here is where sleep becomes so marvelous. For if consciousness is the only cause, then the nightly impression upon the subconscious is not a minor thing. It is direct work at the level of cause. Each night, you may either continue the old state or begin the new one. Each night, you may either reaffirm the world as it is or impress upon the deeper self the world as it ought to be. Each night, you may either sleep as one who is waiting for money or as one whose consciousness has already accepted abundance as fact. That is why the night is so powerful. It is an entrance into causation. I want you to feel yourself now shifting inwardly. No longer asking, when will life prove abundance to me, but asking, what state must I occupy for abundance to be natural? No longer saying, I will feel secure when the money arrives, but saying, I will enter now the security that money would imply. No longer saying, when circumstances improve, I will rest, but saying, I will rest now, and from that state circumstances must improve. That is the turn from effect to cause. That is the beginning of mastery. The world teaches men to start with conditions. I teach you to start with consciousness. The world says, when you see it, then believe. I tell you, believe, and then you shall see. The world says, let the outer determine your inner. I tell you, let the inner determine the outer. The world says, work upon the shadow. I say, change the light, for the shadow does not create the light, and the world only mirrors the state you occupy. Let these phrases return in you until they become part of your inward knowing. The shadow does not create the light. The world only mirrors the state you occupy. Say them inwardly if you wish, not as a ritual, but as a reminder. When fear rises at the sight of some fact, remember, the shadow does not create the light. When the old impulse comes to let your mood be governed by the account or the bill, remember, the world only mirrors the state you occupy. Then turn within. Ask, what state am I choosing now? And choose deliberately. Now let me show you the contrast once more, because it is this contrast that separates the sleeper from the awakened man. The one who believes in circumstances says, I cannot feel abundant until evidence gives me permission. Therefore he waits. And because he waits, he remains in the state of not having. And because he remains in the state of not having, the world continues to mirror it. He calls himself realistic, but in truth he is hypnotized by shadows. The awakened one says, evidence has no power to grant or withhold my state. Consciousness is the only cause. Therefore I will occupy the feeling of abundance now. He may do it softly at first. He may return to it many nights. He may need to let it deepen through repetition. But he has made the great discovery. He no longer asks the mirror to initiate change. He changes the face before it. He no longer begs the world to prove him secure. He enters security inwardly and allows the world to catch up. This is not positive thinking. It is not denial. It is not fantasy in the childish sense. It is law. It is causation rightly understood. It is the same law that has governed your life all along, now brought under conscious use. And because it is law, it can be trusted. You do not need to persuade the law. You do not need to bribe it. You need only align yourself with it. Assume abundance. Feel it. Sleep in it. Persist in it. Let it become identity. And the outer must bend. Can you begin to feel what this means for your own life? It means you need not wait for money to begin abundance. You begin abundance by changing the state from which money will naturally flow. It means you need not wait for relief to feel secure. You feel secure, and relief follows. It means you need not wait for the world to tell you who you are. You determine who you are in consciousness, and the world submits its witness. It means the moment of power is not postponed. It is now. And because it is now, tonight can be used creatively. I want to move you inwardly from dependence upon results to the dignity of cause. Results will come. They must. But I do not want you trembling before them like a beggar awaiting alms. I want you to understand that every result is but the visible confession of a prior state. Change the confession inwardly, and the result must in time alter its testimony. Therefore, cease worshipping results. Begin shaping cause. Cease giving authority to effects. Begin occupying states. Cease asking whether abundance has arrived. Begin asking whether abundance has been accepted within. That is why I speak so much of the feeling before sleep. For if consciousness is the only cause, then the most important question is never merely what happened today, but what state am I entering tonight? That is the question of power. That is the question of the one who has ceased to live from appearances. That is the question of one who would truly reprogram the mind while he sleeps. Now let this truth settle into you with strength and with peace. Consciousness is the only cause. The world is shadow. Imagination is light. The account, the debt, the circumstance are effects. The shadow does not create the light. The world only mirrors the state you occupy. Abundance does not begin when money arrives. It begins when the inward state changes. Once this is understood, you are no longer a spectator hoping for improvement. You are the operant power at the level of cause. And that, beloved, is where real abundance begins. Now that we have laid the foundation, I can tell you plainly what this hidden abundance code truly is. I do not wish to leave it wrapped in mystery merely for the pleasure of sounding profound. Mystery has its place, but revelation must come. You have heard the phrase, and perhaps something in you has already responded to it, the hidden abundance code. But now I want you to feel it with clarity. I want you to recognize it not as some distant secret kept from you by fate, but as something intimate, usable, and near. So near, in fact, that many overlook it precisely because it is within their own nightly experience. The code is not superstition. Let me begin there. It is not some magical charm. It is not a lucky phrase spoken into the dark while the heart remains full of fear. It is not an amulet for weak minds. It is not an empty word that carries power by sound alone. Men are always looking for such things. They long for a phrase that will save them without requiring inward change. They want a formula that excuses them from transformation. They want to say something while remaining what they have always been. But I tell you, that is not the law. The law is subtler and more majestic than that. It asks not for mechanical repetition, but for inward assumption. It asks not for noise, but for feeling. It asks not for a trick, but for embodiment. So when I speak of a hidden abundance code, I am not speaking of a verbal spell that somehow compels life while you remain inwardly unchanged. I am speaking of a living pattern that impresses abundance upon the subconscious because it is accepted as reality. It is hidden only because men separate its parts and then wonder why they do not obtain the result. They repeat the phrase but omit the feeling. They attempt the scene but forget identity. They desire the end but carry the old self into sleep. They say the words and then fight them. The code is not one isolated act. It is the marriage of several inner acts into one living impression. Let me unfold it carefully for you. First, there is the inward phrase, the phrase you repeat before sleep. Yes, this matters. Words have their place, but the phrase is not to be used as parroting. It is not to be chanted like a frightened beggar trying to persuade some unwilling heaven. It is to be spoken inwardly, as a declaration of being. A phrase such as, I am already supplied, or I am already the one who has, or I am already provided for, or I am secure, I am safe, I am blessed. The exact words may vary slightly according to the desire, but the spirit must always be the same. The phrase must imply that the matter is already settled within you. It must not ask, it must not plead, it must not look toward tomorrow. It must declare now. Now hear me closely, for this is where many fail. The phrase alone is not the code. The phrase is one element of it. It is the vessel, not the wine. It is the doorway, not the room. A man may whisper, I am already supplied, while inwardly feeling anxious, unconvinced, still waiting, still watching the world for permission. In that case, the phrase has not truly been spoken in the creative sense. The subconscious has not heard the words as much as it has heard the fear beneath them. The deeper self always hears what the heart means more than what the lips repeat. Therefore, the phrase must be accompanied by the feeling that corresponds to its truth. And what is that feeling? It is not wild excitement necessarily. It is not theatrical ecstasy. It is something deeper and often quieter. Relief, gratitude, safety, quiet certainty. The hidden abundance code is not frantic. It is restful. It is not the emotion of one who hopes desperately to receive. It is the inner atmosphere of one who already has. If I were to ask you, what would you feel if the burden were lifted completely? If the bills were paid? If the money had already come? If the channel had already opened? If you were already the one to whom life gives freely? You would not answer merely with words. You would feel something immediate in the body. The shoulders would loosen, the breath would deepen, the chest would soften, a kind of inward space would open. That is the feeling I mean. It may come as a sigh, it may come as a quiet smile, it may come as tears of gratitude, it may come as a deep sense of safety. But whatever form it takes, it carries the tones of already being done. Relief is one of the most powerful of these feelings, because relief implies that the pressure is over. Gratitude is powerful, because gratitude belongs naturally to possession. Safety is powerful, because it tells the deeper mind that the struggle for survival has ended. Quiet certainty is powerful, because it has no strain in it. It does not argue, it does not panic, it simply knows. So when you take up the phrase inwardly before sleep, you do not merely repeat it as an idea. You allow it to carry one of these inner tones until the phrase and the feeling become one thing. Then there is the identity you assume. This too is indispensable. For what good is it to say, I am already supplied, if all the while you still feel yourself to be fundamentally the one who never has, the one who waits outside the banquet hall, the one life always overlooks? Identity is the deeper garment. It is the self you feel yourself to be. The hidden abundance code requires that you take on, even if only for those sacred moments before sleep at first, the identity of the one who already lives under supply, not the one asking to be let in, but the one already seated at the table, not the one hoping to be chosen, but the one already blessed, not the one chasing abundance, but the one for whom abundance is natural. This identity may be expressed in the inward declaration, I am already the one who has. That is a most powerful way of putting it. For the old man says, I am one who wants, I am one who needs, I am one who waits, I am one who fears there may not be enough. But the new man says, I am already the one who has. Feel the difference. The first identity keeps life always just beyond reach. That the second collapses the distance. The first enters sleep in want. The second enters sleep in possession. The first plants longing. The second plants fulfillment. Therefore, do not merely seek money in imagination. Become inwardly the one to whom money belongs naturally. And with the identity comes the scene. This is another part of the code, and a most practical one. The scene must be brief, it must be vivid, it must imply fulfillment. I cannot stress enough the importance of simplicity here. Men often grow tired because they imagine too much. They try to direct the entire drama, every person, every number, every event, every movement, and in doing so they exhaust the mind. The subconscious does not need a long play, it needs a seed. And a seed is small, compact, and complete in itself. Therefore, the scene should be short, a moment, a single imaginal act. Perhaps you hear a trusted friend say, I am so happy for you, you are free now. Perhaps you see yourself opening a letter and finding a check. Perhaps you imagine looking upon an account already full. Perhaps you feel yourself marking a bill paid in full. Perhaps you feel the relief of closing a ledger and knowing there is nothing left to fear. The exact scene matters less than its implication. It must imply that the thing is already done, not becoming done, not coming, here, not hoped for, possessed, and it must be vivid, but vivid in the right sense, not overloaded with needless details, but alive enough to carry the tones of reality. If you imagine a check, feel the paper in your hand. If you imagine a handshake, feel the pressure of the hand. If you imagine a voice, hear it clearly enough that your heart responds. If you imagine seeing the words paid in full, let them stand before you with such quiet clarity that relief begins to move through you. The vividness is not for spectacle, it is to deepen feeling. The scene is successful when it makes the wish feel inwardly actual. Now understand this well. The scene also is not the code by itself. The phrase alone is not the code. The feeling alone, though powerful, is not the full code. The identity alone, though essential, is not the full code. The code is the union of them. Word, feeling, assumption, identity, scene, sleep, all working together as one inward act. This is why it is hidden from so many. They isolate one element and neglect the others. They seek a magic phrase without identity, or a feeling without a clear assumption, or a scene without naturalness, or they try all of it for a moment and then fight it with doubt on the way into sleep. The code is not the fragment, it is the whole pattern, and one more element remains, perhaps the most tender of all, the naturalness with which you carry it into sleep. This matters greatly. The imaginal act must not end in struggle. You do not want to lie in bed wrestling with the scene, forcing emotion, testing yourself, asking whether you are doing it correctly every few seconds. That is not the code. The code includes surrender. It includes resting in the assumption. It includes letting the phrase, the feeling, the identity, and the scene gather softly around you until sleep takes you. You do not need to conquer sleep. You need to enter it, carrying the fulfilled state like a fragrance. This is why I say you must sleep in it and not fight it. If the scene is chosen rightly, if the phrase carries the right mood, if the identity has been assumed even gently, then your task is to let all of it descend with you into the drowsy state. You do not argue with it. You do not check it against facts. You do not say, but how can this be? You do not look for the means. You do not demand proof before sleep overtakes you. You simply rest in it. You let the body become heavy while the fulfilled idea remains warm and living within. That is the true delivery of the seed into the deeper mind. There is a beautiful stillness in this, and I want you to feel it. Imagine a mother carrying an infant. She does not shout at the child to sleep. She does not fight with it. She holds it gently and lets it drift into rest. So too with the fulfilled assumption. Hold it gently. Do not strain the scene. Do not overmanage the feeling. Do not shout the phrase inwardly with desperate force. Carry it softly. Let it rock with your breath. Let it settle into the holy interval. Let sleep come over it. That is enough. More than enough, if rightly done. So let me make the abundance code completely plain for you now. It is this. Before sleep, you take up an inward phrase that declares fulfillment now. You let that phrase awaken the right feeling, relief, gratitude, safety, quiet certainty. You assume the identity of one already supplied, already the one who has. You enter a short and vivid scene that implies the matter is done. And then you carry all of this naturally into sleep without struggle. That is the hidden abundance code. Not a superstition, not an amulet, not a charm, but a lawful inward pattern. If you would use it, then understand its rhythm. First, the phrase may steady you. I am already supplied. I am already the one who has. I am already secure. Then let feeling answer the words. Do not rush. Let the body respond. Let the heart answer. Let the breath become easier. Let relief move in. Then let identity deepen. Yes, this is who I am now. I am not the one outside. I am not the one pleading. I am the one already provided for. Then take up the little scene. Hear the congratulation. See the bill marked paid. Hold the check. Feel the account full. Let the scene be so short and simple that it need not be forced. Then let sleep take you while all this is still warm. That is the rhythm. That is the code. And if you ask me what matters most, I would say the union matters most. The phrase should not be divorced from the feeling. The feeling should not be divorced from identity. Identity should not be divorced from the scene. The scene should not be divorced from sleep. The whole must pass together into the drowsy state. Then the impression is strong, natural, living. Then the subconscious receives not a fragment, but a complete mood of fulfilled abundance. Do not think this too delicate to matter. The deepest things in creation are delicate and powerful at once. The seed is small, yet the harvest is vast. The tone is soft, yet the law is absolute. A whisper before sleep may contain more creative authority than 100 waking efforts done in anxiety. Why? Because the whisper is impressed in the right place, at the right hour, in the right mood. The hidden abundance code works not because it shouts louder than the world, but because it enters deeper than the world. Now perhaps you can say inwardly, ah, this is the abundance code. Yes, this is it. Not a phrase alone, not a fantasy alone, not feeling alone, but the inward declaration, the corresponding emotion, the assumed self, the brief fulfilled scene, and the natural surrender of all of it into sleep. This is what reprograms the deeper mind. This is what replaces the old nightly ritual of fear with the new nightly act of wealth. This is what changes the seed and therefore the harvest. And because I want this to become utterly practical for you, let me give you an example in living form. Suppose tonight you choose the phrase, I am already supplied. Very well. Do not merely say it. As you lie there, let the words move through you until they mean something. I am already supplied. What does that feel like? It feels as though the pressure is over. It feels as though one no longer has to scramble. It feels as though life is carrying you. Let that relief come. Then take on the identity. I am the one who has, not the one asking, not the one waiting, the one who has. Then let a scene rise, perhaps a friend saying warmly, I am so happy for you, it all worked out. Hear that sentence once or twice with feeling. Let it imply the whole matter is done. Then do nothing violent. Do not push. Let sleep come. Let the fulfilled atmosphere descend with you. The code has been enacted. Or suppose you prefer another phrase. I am already the one who has. This is noble and powerful, for it speaks directly to identity. Say it inwardly, but as one who recognizes himself. I am already the one who has. Feel what changes at once. There is less reaching in it, less begging, less tomorrow, more presence, more certainty, more dignity. Now let relief answer. Let the shoulders soften. Then perhaps imagine yourself holding a paper marked paid in full, or looking at an account already whole. Again short, vivid enough to stir the feeling. Then rest, sleep in it. The code has been enacted. Remember, the power is not in complexity. The power is in reality felt. The subconscious responds to what feels real, not to what is intellectually admired. Therefore, choose what your own being can enter with ease. If a great sum of money feels too remote at first, then go to the feeling it would produce: relief, freedom, safety, gratitude. Let one of these lead you into the state. The code is generous in that way. It does not ask you to mimic extravagance if all you truly desire at first is peace from strain, but it does ask you to enter the peace as though it were already your own. And one final word on this matter before we go deeper. Do not separate the code from devotion. I do not mean religious ceremony. I mean inward sincerity. Come to it as to a sacred act. The hidden abundance code is not to be handled with cynicism and then judged harshly after one restless night. It is to be entered faithfully, gently, repeatedly. It is a way of teaching the deeper self who you are now. It is a nightly consecration of identity. It is the quiet replacing of an old inward law with a new one. And if you will do it with calm persistence, it will not fail you. So as you lie there and let these words move through you, know exactly what you are doing. You are not trying to trick the universe. You are not bargaining with chance. You are not grasping at outcomes. You are entering the abundance code. You are speaking inwardly as one already supplied. You are feeling as one already relieved. You are assuming the identity of one who has. You are accepting a brief fulfilled scene. You are carrying it all naturally into sleep. That is the code. That is the inner mechanism. That is the law made usable in the silence of the night. And once you have truly seen this, you will never again mistake abundance for something merely external. You will know where it begins. Now we come to the point where so many stumble, and because they stumble here, they conclude that the law is uncertain, or partial, or reserved for others. Yet the law is not uncertain. It is exact. It is we who mistake the surface for the substance. We say the words, but do not enter the feeling. We construct an image, but do not clothe it with life. We repeat, I am rich, yet inwardly remain tense, doubtful, waiting, and still identified with want. Then when nothing changes at once, We say the teaching does not work, but I tell you the teaching always works. It is the feeling that makes it work. Feeling is the secret. Do not take that lightly, for it is not a poetic phrase, it is the very key. Feeling is the secret, not words alone, not pictures alone, not effort alone. Feeling. The subconscious does not respond to your sentence as a grammarian responds. It does not weigh whether the words are well arranged. It does not reward repetition merely because repetition has occurred. It responds to the life within the words. It responds to the tone of reality, to the inward atmosphere, to the sensation that the thing is true now. If that is absent, then the words fall lightly upon the surface and do not descend into the deeper mind with sufficient force to be fruitful. Let me say this with great simplicity. Repeating without feeling does not impress. Visualizing without emotion is weak. It may amuse the intellect for a moment, but it does not take root. It is like scattering seed upon stone. The seed exists, yes, but it has found no living soil. It has not been pressed down into fertility. It has not been warmed by the right elements, and therefore it does not bear fruit. Men do this often. They repeat phrases endlessly with dry lips and dry hearts. They imagine scenes mechanically, as though they were looking at pictures in a book. There is no inward surrender, no relief, no gratitude, no possession. And then they ask why the harvest does not come. Think of the farmer. He does not merely hold seed in his hand and say, "This is wheat, this is wheat, this is wheat," hoping that the repetition of the name will produce a field. Nor does he drop the seed carelessly upon bare stone and expect the earth to answer. The seed must enter the soil. It must be pressed into living ground. It must be surrounded by the right conditions. So too with your imaginal act. The words are seed, yes, but feeling is the rich soil. Without the soil, the seed remains inert. Without the warmth of felt reality, nothing germinates. It is not enough to name abundance. You must enter the mood of abundance until the subconscious receives it as fact. This is why I have said that an assumption, though false when first made, if persisted in, will harden into fact. But notice that the assumption is not mere verbal assertion. The assumption is felt acceptance. The assumption is inward consent. The assumption is the occupying of a state. If I say I am rich and inwardly tremble because my bank balance denies it, then what is my real assumption? Not wealth. My real assumption is lack. I have merely covered it with a sentence. The subconscious is not deceived by coverings. It receives the state beneath them. But if I say I am rich, and let those words awaken in me the relief of already being supplied, the quiet certainty that the matter is settled, the gratitude of one whose burden is over, then the words have become living. They have become seed in good soil. Now consider the two inwardly, and you will feel the difference at once. A man says, "I am rich," with anxiety in his chest, watching inwardly for contradiction, testing the words against his circumstances, hoping the law will somehow ignore his fear and reward the sentence. That is not creative speech. That is struggle disguised as affirmation. Another says, "I am rich," softly, perhaps even with closed eyes and a still body, and as he says it, he lets the meaning descend. He feels the pressure leave him. He feels safety. He feels that something has been resolved. He feels himself no longer outside the condition he desires. That is creative speech. The same words perhaps, but entirely different in effect because the feeling tone is different. You must understand this deeply if you would use the night well. Feeling tones are what the subconscious responds to. The relief that says, "It is over now." The possession that says, "This is mine now." The gratitude that says, "Thank you, it has already been given." The quiet certainty that says nothing dramatic at all, yet rests inwardly as one already at peace. These are the languages of the deeper mind. They are more persuasive than all the finest arguments. They are more potent than all the loudest repetition, for the subconscious speaks through sensation, not through rhetoric. This is why you may repeat the phrase for an hour and gain less than another gains in 1 minute of deeply felt acceptance. It is not length that matters most. It is depth. It is not the number of times you say the thing, but whether the thing has entered you. A single inward sigh of genuine relief may be worth more than 100 strained declarations. One brief imaginal moment in which you truly feel the joy of being free may do more creative work than a long session of mental effort. Feeling is the secret, because feeling is what impresses. And if you would understand this even more clearly, think of the actor on the stage. A poor actor learns the words, stands in the costume, and says the lines, but never enters the part. The audience hears words and sees movement, yet nothing in them responds deeply, for the performance has no life. Another actor may use the very same lines, yet because he has entered the role, because he feels it real within himself, the whole theater is moved. Why? Because the words have become incarnate. He is no longer reciting, he is being. So too with your nightly assumption. If you stand inwardly outside the role of abundance, merely reciting the line, I am wealthy, the deeper mind is not impressed. But if you enter the role, if you feel what the wealthy self would feel, if you wear the emotional garment of one already supplied, then the whole imaginal act comes alive. I have often said that you must enter and partake of the nature of the thing desired. This is precisely what I mean. Do not stand outside abundance and talk about it. Enter it. Do not gaze at wealth as though it were in another room. Sit at its table. Do not speak the part from a distance. Become the speaker. The actor who truly moves us does not remain himself while speaking of another. For the time of the performance, he becomes that other. And you, if you would use this law, must become in feeling the one you wish to be. Not someday. Now, at least inwardly, in those moments before sleep. And because men are so accustomed to surface living, I must say again what should now be plain. It is not enough to say it. You must feel it real. It is not enough to visualize it. You must feel its reality. The scene is not for entertainment. It is for emotional entrance. The phrase is not for chanting. It is for awakening the state. The whole purpose of the imaginal act is to generate the felt sense of already being, already having, already resting in the fulfillment of the thing desired. Let me bring back the agricultural image, for nature teaches this law beautifully. Suppose I place seed upon the soil, but never cover it, never water it, never let it sink into contact with life. The sun may shine above, and yet nothing happens. But place that same seed in rich ground. Let it be enveloped. Let the moisture reach it. Let the warmth awaken it, and life begins unseen. Feeling is that warmth. Feeling is that moisture. Feeling is what takes the hard outline of your imaginal act and softens it into living possibility. Without feeling, your scene remains like seed left in a dry sack. With feeling, it enters the earth and begins its secret work. There are some who try to overcome this truth by greater volume. They say their affirmations louder inwardly. They repeat with greater speed. They multiply the number of their words as though quantity will replace depth. But the subconscious is not impressed by loudness. It is not convinced by haste. It is moved by reality felt. If you say, I am supplied once, but say it with the genuine inward sensation of relief, it has creative potency. If you say it 50 times while feeling afraid, then you have really impressed fear 50 times and supply not at all. Now someone may ask, but how do I feel something when the outer world denies it? My answer is this: you do as the actor does, you do as the child does, you do as imagination itself teaches you to do. You enter the role. You suspend for a little while the tyranny of appearances and let the end be true in feeling. You say, what would I feel if this were already done? And then you consent to that feeling now. Perhaps only faintly at first, perhaps only for a few moments, but that is enough to begin. You do not wait for the world to produce the feeling. You let the feeling become the cause of the new world. This is the great reversal so many miss. They say, when the money comes, then I will feel relieved. But the law says the opposite. Feel relieved. And the thing that would justify relief must appear. They say, when the debt is gone, then I will be grateful. But the law says, be grateful as one already free, and the evidence must conform. They say, when circumstances change, then I will feel secure. But the law says, enter security first, and circumstances must then mirror it. This is why feeling is the secret. Feeling precedes manifestation in the true order of causation. The emotion that moves the subconscious is not violent excitement alone. I would caution you here, because some hear the word feeling and imagine they must produce some feverish intensity. No, very often the most powerful feeling is calm, quiet certainty, deep relief, still possession. The mother who hears at last that her child is safe may not leap. She may simply sit down and weep with relief. That is a powerful feeling. The man whose burden has finally been lifted may not shout. He may only breathe deeply and smile. That too is powerful feeling. Do not suppose that only dramatic emotion creates What creates is inward conviction, clothed in felt reality. Therefore, before sleep, when you use the phrase, do not force excitement. If what you really long for is relief, let relief be enough. Let safety be enough. Let quiet gratitude be enough. If you desire abundance because you are weary of strain, then the feeling tone of your wish fulfilled may simply be this: at last I can rest. At last it is done. At last I am cared for. If that is truly felt, the subconscious receives abundance far more readily through that tone than through some exaggerated display that is foreign to your nature. The feeling must fit the fulfilled wish as you would naturally know it. Again, let us contrast the two forms of saying, I am rich. One says it while inwardly listening for contradiction, while still taking his emotional orders from the bank account. His words are rich, but his feeling is poor. His statement points one way, his state another. Which does the subconscious accept? The state. Another says, I am rich, and as he says it, he enters the meaning. He feels already provided for. He feels the future no longer pressing upon him. He feels his life opening. He feels a sense of having crossed some invisible line from scarcity into sufficiency. That statement, even spoken softly, is alive. It carries the scent of fulfillment. It plants. Now hear this as if I were placing it directly into your hand. Feeling is not an ornament added to the practice. It is the heart of the practice. It is not something nice to have if possible. It is the very key. It is what makes the difference between mechanical repetition and creative impression. It is what transforms a sentence into seed, a scene into reality, a wish into embodiment. If the audience who listens to me tonight remembers nothing else, let it be this: it is not enough to say it, you must feel it real. This is why, in the state akin to sleep, the law becomes so accessible. The body is still, the outer world recedes, the critical mind relaxes, and there, in that softened interval, it becomes easier to let the phrase melt into feeling, easier to let the scene awaken emotion, easier to stop reciting and begin being. Do not waste that by staying on the level of words alone. Go deeper. Let the words open the door, but do not stand at the door. Enter the room. Let the scene begin the journey, but do not stay outside the scene watching it. Step into it and feel through it. Let the whole thing become inwardly actual. And if at first you find this difficult, do not be discouraged. Men are often more practiced in anxiety than in peace. They have repeated fear so often that it comes easily, while relief feels unfamiliar. But unfamiliarity is not impossibility. Return nightly. Let the feeling grow. Take the smallest real movement of relief and honor it. If all you can genuinely feel tonight is the softening of tension, then start there. If all you can feel is one deep breath as though the burden were lighter, start there. If all you can honestly enter is the gratitude of seeing one bill marked paid in full, then let that be your feeling. Do not despise the little entrance. A small seed deeply planted will produce more than a large seed left on the surface. Let the theater help you again. A great role is not believed in a single instant by the actor. He rehearses, he enters it repeatedly. He learns how it feels to stand, to speak, to respond, to be that character. And over time, the role becomes natural. So too with abundance. At first, you may feel you are rehearsing. Good, rehearse, but rehearse with feeling. Night after night, the role will deepen. Night after night, the emotional tone will become easier. Night after night, the difference between saying and being will lessen. At last, you will discover that you are no longer trying to feel rich. You are resting in it. And when that happens, the outer world cannot remain untouched. So when tonight you speak inwardly, let yourself ask gently, what would this mean if it were true now? Not in order to create mental labor, but to draw out the living feeling. If I were already supplied, what would happen in my body? If I were already relieved, what would soften in me? If I were already secure, what would disappear from my chest, from my breath, from my thoughts? Let that answer come not in sentences, but in sensation. Then stay with that sensation long enough for it to be felt. That is your prayer. That is your creative act. That is the secret. And now I tell you once more, because it must be written upon the heart. Words alone fail because the subconscious responds to feeling tones. Visualizing without emotion is weak because the deeper mind receives the feeling of reality, not the outline only. True emotion is the key. Relief is creative. Possession is creative. Gratitude is creative. Quiet certainty is creative. Anxiety while saying, I am rich, plants anxiety. Relief while saying, I am rich, plants abundance. The actor must enter the role. The seed must enter the soil. The imaginal act must enter feeling. No, it is not enough to say it. You must feel it real. Now let me show you how to enter that drowsy state correctly. For many hear of it and at once imagine that it must be difficult or strange or beyond their temperament. But it is none of these things. It is natural, it is near. You pass through it every night. The only difference now is that you will pass through it knowingly, you will not seize it roughly, for it cannot be seized. You will not command it like a soldier on parade. You will allow it. You will meet it gently, as one receives twilight, not by force, but by quiet acceptance. When the hour comes, lie down. Let it be done simply. Do not begin with tension. Do not think, now I must perform perfectly, or all is lost. The law does not demand theatrical effort. It asks for inward consent. So lie down as naturally as you would on any other night. Let the body find its place. If you rest best upon your back, then so be it. If upon your side, then let that be enough. The outer posture matters less than the inner surrender. The body only needs to be comfortable enough that it can begin to forget itself. Then let the body grow still, not stiff, not strained, but still. There is a profound difference. Stillness is alive, stiffness is resistance. I do not want you to become rigid in your effort to do the thing correctly. I want you to become at ease. Let the hands be quiet. Let the jaw soften. Let the muscles of the face release. Let the tongue rest. Let the eyes, closed in darkness, cease their little restless efforts. Let the shoulders sink. Let the back be received by the bed. Feel the mattress beneath you as something supporting, not something you must hold yourself against. Little by little, let the body understand that its labor for the day is ended. And as the body grows still, do not force the mind into silence by violence. I have known many who approach this work with too much will and not enough gentleness. They try to stop every thought. They become anxious because some stray impression of the day still comes and goes. They begin at once to judge themselves. I am not doing it right. My mind is too restless. I cannot enter the state. That is unnecessary. The mind need not be bludgeoned into quiet. It needs only to be led away from the day and toward the fulfilled desire. Let thoughts come and go without making a quarrel of them. Do not take hold of each one. Do not fight each one. Do not fight each one. Let the day recede as a shoreline recedes when one moves slowly out upon the water. Allow the world to fade. That is the phrase I would have you remember. Allow the world to fade. You are not tearing it away. You are not condemning it. You are not denying its appearance with tension. You are simply ceasing to give it your creative attention. The room around you grows less important. The sounds beyond the room grow distant. The memory of the day becomes dim, not because you force forgetfulness, but because you are becoming interested in something else. You are turning toward the inner act. This turning is everything. As you lie there, let the breath find its own slower rhythm. Do not breathe artificially. Do not become self-conscious about the lungs. Only notice that as the body yields, the breath naturally grows easier, deeper, quieter. You may find that a long, gentle exhalation helps the body release itself into heaviness. If so, let that happen. But do not make a system of strain out of breathing either. The whole secret is softness. You are descending, not conquering. You are entering, not performing. Now there comes a point, and you will begin to recognize it more and more clearly with practice, when the body feels distant, heavy, and less urgent. It may seem as though your limbs are sinking, as though they belong to the bed more than to your ordinary waking will. The hands feel heavy. The legs lose their demand for movement. The face no longer asks to be arranged. There is a sweetness in this heaviness when one is not afraid of it. It is a sign that the body is becoming passive, while awareness remains. Welcome that heaviness. It means you are approaching the threshold. At the same time, the mind does not remain sharp in the daytime sense. It begins to float. Thoughts no longer march in hard lines. They become softer at the edges. One image may drift into another. The inner ear becomes more receptive than the outer. Time loosens. You are not fully asleep, yet you are no longer firmly anchored in waking. This is the beginning of the state akin to sleep. It is not dramatic, it is delicate. It is like standing at the edge of a field, just as mist begins to gather over it. You can still see, yet everything is touched by a softness not present before. Learn to love that softness. Do not let the old waking habit rush in and ask, am I there yet? Is this it? Have I entered the state? For such questioning pulls you upward again into the sharpness of daylight consciousness. The one who enters the drowsy state correctly does not examine it too much while it is happening. He yields to it. He notices the signs without tightening around them. He feels the heaviness. He feels the gentle drift of mind. He feels the lowering of resistance. He realizes the state is near, not by argument, but by the whole tone of his being. There may come a sense that you could move the body if you wished, but you do not particularly wish to. There may come a feeling that you are suspended, neither active nor gone, watchful yet softened. Some feel as though they are floating slightly inward. Some feel as though the boundary between body and bed has become less distinct. Some find that the inner world begins to feel more real than the outer room. All of this belongs naturally to the borderland. Do not strain after any one sign. Let the state take the shape it will. Your part is not to master its outward symptoms, but to enter it in spirit. Now, when you begin to feel that you are no longer fully occupied with the body, and the outer world has grown less compelling, and the mind has softened enough that it no longer wants to argue constantly with what you present to it, then you are near enough. You need not wait for some perfect condition. Men often lose the state by delaying too long, trying to identify a moment of mathematical precision. No, when the body is growing passive, when the mind is floating, when the world has begun to recede, begin. Introduce the scene gently. This is most important. Do not rush it in like a loud guest. Do not force a complicated picture all at once. Let it rise quietly. If you have chosen to hear a friend say, I am so happy for you, you are free now, then hear that sentence softly, as though it were already taking place in the inner chamber. If you have chosen to see a bill marked paid in full, let that image come with calm clarity, not with frantic effort. If you have chosen to feel a check in your hand, let the hand inwardly receive it, and let the feeling of the paper become more important than visual detail alone. Everything at this stage should be done with gentleness. A mother rocking a child does not use sudden movements. A musician drawing sound from a fine instrument does not strike it violently. So too here. You are dealing with a subtle state. Introduce the fulfilled scene as though it belonged there, as though it were the most natural thing in the world to feel it now. Let it have room. Let it come near. Let it become familiar while the body remains heavy and the mind remains soft. Do not make the mistake of trying to create a moving picture of excessive length. The drowsy state favors simplicity. One small act is enough. One sentence heard clearly. One gesture felt fully. One little moment of completion. The more compact the scene, the easier it is to repeat without strain, and the easier it is for the subconscious to accept it as a whole. For you are not trying to entertain yourself before sleep. You are planting. A seed is small, but complete. So let your scene be seed-like, not sprawling. As the scene begins, enter it from within. I say that deliberately. Do not stand outside yourself, watching yourself succeed as though you were some spectator in a theater balcony. Be in the scene. Hear through your own ears. Touch through your own hands. See through your own eyes. If you imagine reading a letter of abundance, then read it as though it were before your own eyes. If you imagine hearing the words of congratulations, let them come to you, not to some distant image of yourself. The subconscious receives direct experience more readily than observation from afar. Therefore, live it in first person, possess it from within, and when the scene begins to stir feeling, stay there quietly. Let the scene be less important than the mood it generates. Perhaps as you hear the words, relief begins to spread through the chest. Good. Stay with relief. Perhaps as you imagine the debt erased, the whole body sighs inwardly. Good. Stay with that sigh. Perhaps gratitude begins to rise. Good. Let gratitude thicken the atmosphere of the scene. At this point, you are no longer merely imagining. You are entering the feeling of the wish fulfilled. That is the true purpose. If at first the scene feels faint, do not despise faint beginnings. A whisper may become a song if not interrupted. Return gently to it. Do not say, it is not vivid enough, therefore it is useless. No. If the body is heavy, if the mind is soft, if the scene is chosen rightly, even a modest impression can take root. Repeat the little act without strain. Hear the phrase again. Feel the object again. See the simple evidence of fulfillment again. Not endlessly with nervous insistence, but lovingly, as one turns a jewel in the hand to feel its presence. And if at any point you feel yourself pulled back into wakefulness by too much effort, ease at once. Do less, not more. One of the great errors in this work is overexertion. The state akin to sleep does not respond well to violence of will. If you push too hard, the mind becomes more alert instead of less. You begin analyzing, you grow impatient. The body, which was becoming passive, becomes re-engaged by your effort. Therefore, when in doubt, soften. Let the scene be simpler. Let the phrase be quieter. Let the feeling do more of the work. Always remember that the desired state is entered more by surrender than by force. There is also no need to fear if sleep overtakes you before you think you have completed the act. In many cases, that is ideal. If the last conscious movement of your being was the felt sense of fulfillment, then the work has been done. Do not imagine that you must hold the scene for a fixed length of time. Time in the drowsy state is not measured as in the day. 1 minute deeply entered may be greater than 10 minutes of divided attention. What matters is that the wish fulfilled be the final emotional atmosphere in which you descend. So lie down. Let the body grow still. Let the world fade. Let the mind float. Notice the heaviness without fear. Welcome the softness without analysis. When resistance lowers, introduce the scene gently. Step into it from within. Let it awaken feeling. Then rest there until sleep carries you. This is how you enter the drowsy state correctly, not as one mastering a difficult method, but as one learning the natural movement of consciousness from the outer into the inner. I want you now to imagine yourself doing it this very night. The room is dim. There is no hurry. You are not trying to make something happen by nervous force. You are simply preparing to enter the workshop of creation correctly. You lie down, the body is received by the bed, the hands are quiet, the jaw is soft, the eyes are closed, the breath is calm. The day, which so loudly claimed you, begins to release you. The room matters less, the body grows heavy, the mind floats at the edge of sleep. A sweetness comes over the whole scene. There, without effort, you let the simple imaginal act rise. One sentence, one touch, one sign of completion. And as it stirs the feeling of already having, you let that be enough. You let the feeling carry you down. Do you see how near it is? How natural? How available? You need not become a mystic in some remote wilderness. You need not wait for a special sign from heaven. You need only learn to cross the threshold knowingly. Every night gives you the opportunity. Every night offers you the same golden borderland. And if tonight you enter it rightly, softly, lovingly, without force, then the whole practice will begin to feel not mechanical but sacred, not difficult but intimate, not artificial but entirely your own. This is how the new nightly ritual begins, not in effort but in entrance, not in strain but in stillness, not in fear but in felt possession. And once you have learned how to enter, the next thing is to understand what kind of scene is best to carry with you across that threshold. Now let me tell you of a principle so simple that many overlook it, and because they overlook it, they burden themselves unnecessarily. They imagine that in order to impress the subconscious, they must construct a vast moving picture, a whole drama with many scenes, many persons, many explanations, many changing details. They try to see the source of the money, the channel, the time, the place, the reaction of this person and that person, the whole unfolding from beginning to end. And because the mind tires under such weight, they grow strained. The imaginal act loses its freshness. They are no longer entering the fulfilled state. They are trying to direct the entire theater of life. That is not necessary. In fact, it is often a hindrance. One scene is enough. If the scene is chosen rightly, it contains the whole harvest in seed form. You do not need the whole tree when you have the seed. You do not need the whole river when you have the spring. One short moment that implies your wish is already fulfilled is enough to impress the deeper mind, if only you will feel it as real. The law responds to implication far more beautifully than men suppose. Give the subconscious a small act which carries within it the meaning, it is done, and it will unfold the rest by its own wisdom. Do not try to be wiser than the law. Do not try to show it how to fulfill itself. Give it the end in miniature, and let it build the bridge. This is why I urge simplicity. Simplicity is power. A scene short enough to be repeated without fatigue, simple enough to be entered without confusion, vivid enough to stir feeling, and final enough to imply fulfillment. That is the kind of scene that bears fruit. Not a long procession of events, but one moment that says all. Not a whole story, but a fulfilled fragment that contains the story in essence. Imagine the difference. One man lies down and tries to picture the entire process by which wealth must come to him. He sees letters, interviews, contracts, figures, names, places, calendars, and circumstances shifting endlessly before the mind. He grows tired. He begins to wonder whether he is getting it right. His attention scatters, his feeling weakens. In the end, he has performed an inward labor, but he has not entered a state. Another man lies down and chooses one tiny act. A friend's hand grasps his warmly and says, "I'm so happy for you." Or he sees one bill before him with the words "paid in full." Or he hears his own voice say softly, "At last it is done." Or he glances at an account already full and feels that wave of relief move through him. That is enough. The scene is compact. It can be returned to easily. It invites feeling instead of analysis. It deepens rather than tires. And because it is simple, it can be carried naturally into sleep. Do not underestimate the power of implication. A single handshake may imply a whole change of fortune. One congratulatory sentence may contain an entire transformation of life. One look at a paid bill may imply freedom from debt, peace of mind, restored dignity, and abundance flowing. One moment of absolute relief may contain more creative power than a long imagined narrative. The subconscious is not poor in understanding. It does not require you to state every detail. It receives the end when the end is truly implied. Suppose, for example, that your desire concerns money, and great pressure has weighed upon you. Then perhaps your one scene is simply this. You are seated at your table, and before you lies a paper marked in bold letters, "Paid in full." That is all. You need not know who paid it, when, by what method, through what source. You need only see those words and let your whole being respond to them. The relief of them, the quiet safety of them, the freedom in them. If those words are enough to imply the matter is settled, then the scene is enough. Return to that one paper, let it be before you inwardly, read it, feel what it means. Let sleep take you there. Or perhaps your scene is a hand upon yours, the hand of one you trust, and a voice saying warmly, "I'm so happy for you, you're free now." Nothing more. Not a lecture, not a report, not an explanation. Just the hand, the warmth, the sentence. If it stirs in you the feeling of already having crossed over, then it is enough. You need not know what came before it. The scene itself implies completion. Or perhaps it is an account already abundant. You open your little book or glance at the statement, and the figures no longer accuse you. They bless you. They tell another story now. You see enough to know there is more than enough. Not a specific obsession with digits, but the unmistakable impression of overflow. The body responds, the chest lightens, the face softens. There is no strain in tomorrow anymore. If that scene accomplishes this in you, then use it. Or perhaps all that comes naturally is not even an object or a voice, but the sheer sensation of relief itself. That too can be a scene, if you allow it to become a moment. Perhaps you lie there and feel as though some long burden has suddenly been lifted. Perhaps you hear yourself inwardly exhale and think, "Thank God it is done." That little act, if felt deeply, may be enough. The one scene principle is not limited to visible imagery. It includes the compact moment in which fulfillment is unmistakably tasted. The important thing is that the scene be already fulfilled. Do not choose a scene of becoming. Do not imagine yourself trying to get money, seeking opportunities, explaining your difficulties, or hoping the thing will turn out well. Those are not end scenes. Those are process scenes. If you sleep in the process, you impress the process. If you sleep in longing, you impress longing. If you sleep in effort, you impress effort. The scene must carry the meaning that the matter is finished, settled, accomplished. That is why I say, go to the end, always the end. This is where men often deceive themselves. They think they have chosen a fulfilled scene, but in truth, they are still imagining desire, not fulfillment. They picture themselves checking for results anxiously. They imagine asking whether the money has come. They picture themselves telling others that they hope things are about to change. No, that will only perpetuate the old state. Ask yourself honestly, if this were truly done, what would be one small moment that would naturally follow? There you will find your scene. Now let me tell you something else that matters greatly. The scene must be lived from within. This cannot be overstated. Do not stand outside yourself and watch yourself from a distance as though you were seated in a theater looking upon the stage. That makes you a spectator to your own fulfillment, and the subconscious responds more deeply when you are participant rather than observer. You must see through your own eyes, hear through your own ears, touch through your own hands. You must be the one to whom the congratulation is spoken, the one whose hand is grasped, the one whose eyes fall upon the blessed words paid in full. If you stand outside the scene watching yourself, you remain too far from the feeling. It becomes more a picture than an experience. But when you enter the scene from within, everything changes. The hand is in your hand. The words are spoken to you. The paper is before your eyes. The relief moves through your own body. Then the scene is no longer something beheld. It is something lived. And what is lived inwardly is far more easily accepted by the subconscious as fact. This is why I ask you to close the distance between yourself and the imaginal act. If your scene is one of hearing, then really hear. Let the tones of the voice come to you, not to some image of you across the room. If your scene is one of seeing, then really see what would be before your own eyes. If your scene is one of touch, then let the sensation be in your own hand. The more immediate the act, the more living the feeling. And the more living the feeling, the deeper the impression. Imagine, for instance, the difference between these two ways of imagining. In the first, you see yourself from a distance, standing in some room, smiling over some good fortune. It may be pleasant enough, but you are still apart from it. In the second, you look down and see the paper in your own hand, your own fingers touching it, your own breath changing as you read it. In the first, you observe success. In the second, you participate in fulfillment. The second is far more potent. Or take the scene of a friend congratulating you. In one way, you stand apart and watch two figures speaking. In the other way, you actually hear the familiar voice near your own ear, feel the warmth of the hand, perhaps even smell the room, sense the nearness. The body answers to that. The heart answers to that. Feeling arises. That is why it is done from within. You need not force vividness beyond what is natural. It is enough that the scene be intimate and direct. A little touch, a little sentence, a little visible sign, if entered from within, can carry all the force required. Remember, you are not trying to impress the waking intellect with brilliance. You are trying to impress the subconscious with reality. Reality to the subconscious is first person, immediate, felt. I often think men fail because they do not trust the smallness of the right act. They think bigger means better. But in spiritual things, the compact act done with feeling is often superior to the elaborate act done with strain. A seed is small, but who despises it on that account? Within it is the whole tree. So too the one scene. Do not ask it to entertain your whole mind. Ask it only to imply the fulfilled wish and awaken the corresponding feeling. That is enough. If you choose wisely, you will know the scene is right, because it quiets rather than complicates you. It does not send the mind running in 10 directions. It gathers you inwardly. It simplifies the desire. It says, this is done. And because it says so, the body begins to rest around it. The mind stops trying to plan. Feeling begins to deepen. Such a scene is not heavy, it is gentle. Not crowded, but complete. And if you find yourself changing scenes every night, take care. That too can weaken the work, not always, but often. For if the scene changes constantly, identity may not have time to settle around any one of them. Better often to choose the one that most naturally awakens the feeling of fulfillment in you and remain faithful to it for a season. Let it become familiar. Let it gather emotional depth through repetition. Let the subconscious meet the same fulfilled implication night after night until it begins to accept it with greater and greater naturalness. This does not mean one is bound forever to a single picture. It means one is wise enough not to scatter the seed. Men who plant in 10 places at once often complain there is no harvest, when in truth they have never allowed any one seed to take root deeply. Choose the act. Keep it simple. Keep it fulfilled. Live it from within. Return to it nightly. Let it grow more natural. That is the wisdom of the one scene principle. Perhaps as you listen now, you are already beginning to sense what your scene might be. Perhaps you can feel that one little imaginal act that would carry the whole meaning for you. Do not overthink it. If the words paid in full move you, use them. If the touch of a congratulating hand opens your heart, use it. If the phrase, "I'm so happy for you," brings relief and joy, use it. If the sight of an abundant account settles your spirit, use it. If one inward sigh of "it is done" carries the full sense of release, use it. Trust what awakens the feeling of the wish fulfilled most naturally in you. And tonight, when you lie down and let the body grow heavy and the world recede, do not try to create a great moving picture. Take up the one scene, enter it gently, from within, live it simply, let it imply completion, let it awaken feeling, then let it carry you towards sleep. In this way, the practice becomes not burdensome but beautiful, not complex but usable, not a performance but a seed. This is why the one scene principle is such a mercy. It makes the law accessible. It keeps the act clean. It removes needless labor. It teaches you that the subconscious does not ask for complication, only for reality. And reality may be contained in one hand, one word, one glance, one sigh, one tiny fulfilled moment lived from within. That is enough to begin rearranging a world. Now let us go still deeper, for if you are to enter the right state before sleep, you must learn how to recognize it. Many speak of abundance and yet do not know its inward fragrance. They think only of visible money, of notes in the hand, of figures on a page, of outer symbols. But these are not the beginning. They are the evidence. The beginning is subtler. The beginning is emotional. There is a signature to every state. Every state has its own inward climate, its own feeling tone, its own rhythm in the body and in the mind. And if you do not know the emotional signature of abundance, you may think you are assuming wealth while still inwardly occupying scarcity. This is why I tell you that manifestation is not first the acquiring of visible things, it is the entering of an inward atmosphere. If I were to ask you what scarcity feels like, you could answer almost at once, because many have lived in its emotional weather for years. Scarcity feels tight, it feels urgent, it feels constricted, it feels like the chest narrowing, the breath shortening, the mind circling, the whole being bracing against life. Scarcity is not merely the absence of money, it is a contraction of self. It is the inward feeling that one must grasp, hurry, fear, calculate, defend. It is tension wearing the clothes of necessity. But abundance has a different tone entirely. It does not begin with visible riches, though visible riches may follow. It begins as relief. It begins as ease. It begins as security. It begins as calm. It begins as freedom. It begins as generosity. These are the emotional signs of one who already has, not because coins are already counted outwardly, but because the state of possession has been inwardly entered. When abundance is truly assumed, the body does not feel hunted. The mind does not feel chased. The heart does not feel clenched against tomorrow. There is room, there is breath, there is a looseness, a peace, a hidden certainty that says, I am provided for. I do not live on the edge of ruin. I am supported. I want you to feel the difference between these two inward worlds. Scarcity says, what if there is not enough? Abundance does not shout, there is much. It simply rests in enoughness. Scarcity watches the door in fear. Abundance sits at the table in peace. Scarcity is always leaning forward, anxious, peering into the next hour, the next bill, the next uncertainty. Abundance leans back inwardly. It does not fall asleep in laziness, but it does rest in the certainty that life is not against it. Scarcity contracts. Abundance expands. This is why money alone is not the true measure. A man may receive a sum and still feel tight, urgent, insecure, contracted. Then he is still living under the emotional signature of scarcity, even while holding a temporary symbol of abundance. Another may not yet have outward proof, but inwardly he begins to feel relief, ease, and quiet safety. He is nearer abundance in consciousness than the first man, for he has entered the true state. And because consciousness is the only cause, the one who enters the state will in time draw to himself its outer witness. Let me speak of each of these qualities more closely, for you must know them not as abstractions, but as living signs within yourself. Relief is one of the purest signatures of abundance. Relief is the inward release that comes when the burden is over. It is the loosening of pressure. It is the body's quiet confession that the danger has passed. If your desire fulfilled would bring you the sense that at last you can breathe, then relief is the emotional signature you must assume. You need not force yourself into excitement. If relief is truer to the fulfilled state, a long exhalation, a softened chest, the sense that the long strain is finished, that is abundance beginning to be felt. Ease is another of its signatures. Ease does not mean carelessness, it means the absence of inner friction. It means one is not pushing against life with every thought. Scarcity makes everything difficult before it occurs. Abundance does not. Abundance moves with a kind of inward smoothness. It does not have to perform strain to prove seriousness. It walks without the feeling of constant resistance. When you enter abundance correctly, there is a simplification in you. You stop inwardly wrestling with every future possibility. You begin to feel that life can come to you through open channels. Ease is one of the sure marks that the state is shifting. Security belongs to abundance, as naturally as dawn belongs to morning. By security, I do not mean the cold hoarding instinct of fear trying to protect itself. I mean the inward sense of being held, supported, sustained. One who truly feels abundance does not secretly feel that life may cast him out at any moment. He feels, perhaps quietly, perhaps very softly at first, that there is a foundation beneath him, that he is not walking over an abyss, that he may sleep, that he may rest, that he may trust. This security is not manufactured by outer numbers first. It is accepted inwardly and then mirrored outwardly. Calm is another essential signature. Scarcity is noisy inside. It chatters, it calculates, it repeats dangers, it runs before it is called. Abundance is calm. It does not need to shout to itself. It does not need to constantly rehearse what it has. It simply knows. The calm of abundance is one of the greatest signs that you are entering the correct state. If your imaginal act leaves you more agitated than before, more strained than before, more desperate than before, then you have likely been trying to force what should be felt. But if after your act there is a quietness in you, a stillness, a sense that something has already been inwardly settled, then you are much nearer the true emotional signature. Freedom also belongs to abundance. Not merely the freedom to spend, though that may be one outer expression. I speak of inward freedom, the freedom from being constantly cornered by thought, the freedom from inward servitude to bills, dates, obligations, and the fear of insufficiency. The one who feels abundance correctly begins to feel space around the soul. He no longer feels trapped in every direction. He begins to feel choice, movement, open possibility. This freedom may first come simply as the feeling that the future is no longer a prison, that itself is abundance in seed. And then there is generosity. This is often overlooked, yet it is one of the finest signs that abundance is becoming natural in you. Scarcity hoards inwardly before it ever hoards outwardly. Scarcity fears depletion. Scarcity closes its hand. Abundance opens the hand, not foolishly, not vainly, but naturally. One who feels truly abundant begins to imagine blessing others more easily. He does not inwardly resent another's good. He does not feel threatened by giving. He begins to feel like a channel rather than a container under siege. Generosity of spirit is one of the deepest emotional proofs that you are leaving the state of not enough and entering the state of overflow. Now place these beside the signature of scarcity, and the contrast becomes unmistakable. Scarcity is tightness, tightness in the chest, in the jaw, in the thought, in the whole being. It is urgency. It says, now, 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 or all is lost. It is fear. It sees life as a field of hazards. It is contraction. It narrows possibility. It reduces the soul to defense. It does not breathe well. It does not trust well. It does not sleep well. It is always on the edge of some imagined collapse. This is why one may repeat abundance words and yet remain poor in state. The feeling tone has not changed. The signature is still scarcity. This is the great test. When you say inwardly, I am already supplied, what happens in the body? Do you tighten or do you release? Do you become more urgent or more at ease? Do you feel a contraction as though you are trying to force reality, or do you feel a quiet opening, a sense that it is already beginning inwardly? The answer tells you whether you are truly entering abundance or merely speaking about it. The emotional signature never lies. Let us be very honest here, because honesty is a friend of the law. A man may say, I am rich, and if immediately afterward he feels pressure to make the words work, if he becomes tense, if he inwardly demands proof, then he is still under scarcity. He has used the right words in the wrong state. Another may say the same sentence softly and feel a wave of relief as though something has already shifted in the unseen. He may feel gratitude. He may even smile without knowing why. That man is entering abundance. The outer result may not yet be visible, but the inner signature has changed. And because the signature has changed, the world must eventually echo it. Manifesting abundance, then, is not merely visualizing money, it is assuming the emotional tone of abundance before seeing it. That is the real work, not hard work in the world sense, but spiritual work in the true sense. To feel before you see, to relax before the figures justify it, to enter security before outer conditions prove it, to inhabit freedom before the doors visibly open. This is how abundance is first born. The emotional climate comes before the outer weather changes. This is why I so often urge men not to wait for the evidence. If you wait for money before you feel relief, then relief remains postponed. If you wait for the paid bill before you feel safe, then safety remains conditional and distant. If you wait for abundance to appear before you adopt its inward fragrance, then you have made effect into cause again. The law is the reverse of that. Assume the fragrance first, and the flower must appear. Take on the feeling tone first, and the visible condition must in time follow. It may help you to imagine abundance as a room into which you enter. Before you enter, you live in the old room of scarcity. Everything there has a different air. The walls close in, the windows are small, the breath is shallow, the thoughts move in circles. But abundance is another room altogether. In it there is light, space, air, rest. There is no frantic counting. There is no hidden terror. There is a sense of having enough room to be. When you assume abundance, you are changing rooms inwardly before the furniture appears outwardly. And once you have entered the new room and begin to dwell there emotionally, the outer life slowly begins to furnish itself to match. Now I want you to be able to recognize the state for yourself without my voice. That is one of my purposes here. I do not wish you merely to imitate language. I want you to know when you are truly in the state. So ask yourself before sleep, not only what do I want, but what does it feel like when I already have? And do not answer too quickly with the mind. Wait for the body to answer. Is there more breath, more room, more softness, more calm, more safety, more gratitude, more quiet power? Then you are near. Is there more clutching, more strain, more inward haste, more fear? Then you have not yet entered. Do not condemn yourself, simply adjust, release, simplicity, return to the tone of fulfillment. One of the loveliest things about the emotional signature of abundance is that it often feels kinder than men expect. They imagine wealth as excitement only, noise only, outer display only. But true abundance often comes inwardly as gentleness, a softened face, a deeper breath, a still confidence. Often comes inwardly as gentleness, a softened face, a deeper breath, a still confidence. The whole being no longer feels hunted. There is kindness in that state, both toward oneself and toward life. When a man feels truly abundant, he ceases inwardly to drive himself so harshly. He becomes less cruel in thought, less desperate in prayer, less violent in imagination. He begins to live from sufficiency rather than pursuit. That too is part of the signature. And because I want this to be practical, let me give you a simple inward test. If the wish were fulfilled, would I be more contracted or more open? More afraid or more safe? More hurried or more at ease? More possessive or more generous? More tense or more calm? Let these questions guide you. They are not meant to trap you in introspection, but to reveal the fragrance of the state. Once you know its fragrance, you can begin to wear it before sleep. Suppose, for example, that money is your concern. Then do not think first, what exact number must I feel? Think rather, how would my heart feel if the pressure were gone? Perhaps the answer is relief. Very good. Then relief is the emotional signature you must carry into the drowsy state. Or perhaps you realize that what you truly long for is not luxury first, but safety. Then let safety be your entrance into abundance. Or perhaps what most speaks to you is the thought, I could bless others with ease. Then generosity may be your doorway. There is no one emotional note for all men in exactly the same form, but there is always a family resemblance. Abundance feels open, scarcity feels closed. This is why the wise man before sleep does not ask only, what shall I imagine? He also asks, what shall I feel? For the right scene is chosen precisely because it awakens the right signature. A bill stamped paid in full awakens relief. A congratulating hand awakens joy and recognition. An abundant account awakens security. A free breath awakens ease. The scene is useful because of the feeling it calls forth. If it calls forth the right emotional fragrance, then it is serving its purpose. And now, beloved, as you lie there listening, I would have you begin to notice these signatures in yourself. Notice the difference between thinking of money as pressure and thinking of it as peace. Notice the difference between seeing the future as a wall and feeling it as open ground. Notice how the body answers each state. This is not small. This is the beginning of wisdom in practice. The one who knows the signature of abundance can recognize when he has entered the state, and therefore he can sleep in it knowingly. Do not wait to see gold before you feel golden inwardly. Do not wait to see expansion outside before you cease contracting inside. Abundance is first an inward tone. Relief, ease, security, calm, freedom, generosity. Learn its music, learn its fragrance, learn its bodily truth. Then carry that into the night. And when you do, you will no longer merely repeat abundance. You will inhabit it. And that is the beginning of manifestation. Now I want to place in your hands a key of extraordinary power, one of the most subtle and liberating principles in all the law, and yet one so simple that many pass over it without seeing what it means. I speak of what I have called the law of reversibility. If you understand this, not merely with the mind but with the inward sense, you will no longer feel trapped behind visible circumstances, waiting for outer events to grant you permission to feel differently. You will know that the door swings both ways. You will know that what seems to be the effect can be used as cause, and that what you once thought must come first may in truth come second. Let us begin very plainly. If the arrival of money would make you feel relief, then relief deeply accepted and inwardly assumed can produce the arrival of money. If abundance would make you feel secure, then security consciously entered can produce abundance. If freedom from debt would make you breathe easily, then the breathing ease of one already free can call forth the outward condition that corresponds to it. This is not fancy. It is not positive talk for comfort. It is law. Men ordinarily think in one direction only. They say, when the money comes, then I shall relax. When the burden is removed, then I shall feel safe. When the check arrives, then I shall give thanks. When the account grows, then I shall sleep in peace. In that way of thinking, the outer event is treated as cause and the inner feeling as effect. But this is only half the law, and those who live by half the law remain perpetually delayed, because they have postponed the emotional state to a future that never quite arrives. They have said in substance, I will not permit myself to feel relief until I see the evidence. And by doing so, they keep relief dependent upon a shadow, which itself must first be caused inwardly. The law of reversibility overturns this bondage. It says to you, if the outer event would produce a certain inner feeling, then that inner feeling, assumed as present fact, can produce the corresponding outer event. The relationship is not one way. Cause and effect are reversible. The world thinks it must wait for the visible to create the invisible mood. The awakened man knows he may use the invisible mood to generate the visible event. Think of the simple physical world, for it offers analogies everywhere. Heat may produce motion, and motion may produce heat. Electricity may give rise to magnetism, and magnetism may generate electricity. Sound may create vibration on a wire, and vibration upon the wire may reproduce the sound. Life is full of these reciprocal relationships. Why then should consciousness be denied the same principle? If the possession of money would create relief, why should not relief accepted in consciousness create the possession of money? If success would generate confidence, why should not confidence assumed generate success? The law is reversible because creation is inwardly one. Now see how this applies to your own life. Suppose you say, if only the debt were gone, I would feel such peace. Very well. Why then postpone peace? Why make it servant to the debt? Why not assume now the very peace the fulfilled desire would bring? Why not lie down tonight and feel, not with strain, but with inward simplicity, the release of one whose burden is ended? Why not let the body exhale as one already finished with that struggle? Why not permit the heart to know, even before the evidence, the safety it longs for? If you do this in the state akin to sleep, and do it with fidelity, the subconscious receives peace as fact, and because consciousness is the only cause, it must build the outer world in a way that corresponds to the accepted inner state. Or suppose you say, if abundance were mine, I would feel secure. Then understand what the law is offering you. It is offering you security now, not as a reward after manifestation, but as the inward cause of manifestation. You need not wait for abundance to give you security. You may clothe yourself tonight in the security that abundance would imply. You may enter sleep as one already held, already sustained, already beneath a roof that does not leak, already within a life that supports rather than threatens. If this security is accepted inwardly, abundance must come, because abundance is the natural shadow cast by that state. This is a most noble principle, because it restores power to the inner man. It says that you need not stand helplessly before circumstance, waiting for the world to produce in you the mood you crave. You may assume the mood first. You may enter relief first, gratitude first, safety first, freedom first. And because you have entered them first, the world must eventually present you with those conditions which men mistakenly believe must come first. This is why I tell you that the law is spiritual and not material. It begins where the senses say nothing has happened. It begins in consciousness. I have seen this law work with great beauty. A woman once said in effect, if only I had enough money to cover this burden, then I could at last breathe. She was making relief the effect of money. I asked her instead to reverse the order. I asked her to lie down nightly and feel the breathing ease of one already finished with strain. I asked her to let the chest soften, to let the body know what it would know if the burden had truly been lifted, to whisper thank you as one who already stood on the other side of the trouble. She did so. In a short time, the outward means came through channels she could not have predicted, and what she had once postponed to the future, relief had been first entered inwardly and then confirmed outwardly. Do you see how marvelous and how practical this is? The law of reversibility gives you a living bridge from the unseen to the seen. It asks, not first, what object do you want, but what feeling would the fulfillment of that object produce? Once that is known, the feeling becomes the inward doorway. Money itself may seem abstract or complicated to the mind, but relief is immediate, safety is immediate, quiet certainty is immediate. If those belong to abundance, then enter them. Once you have entered them, you have inwardly entered abundance in its essence. This is why I urge men to stop worshipping the sequence taught by the senses. The senses say, first the thing, then the mood. But the law says, first the mood, then the thing. The senses say, first evidence, then faith. The law says, first faith, then evidence. The senses say, first manifestation, then gratitude. The law says, first gratitude, then manifestation. This reversal is the very heart of prayer, rightly understood. Believe that you have received, and you shall receive. Not believe that you will receive one day, but that you have received. How else can you believe that you have received, unless you assume now the feeling that would naturally be yours if the thing were already accomplished? Now let us go more deeply into money itself, since that is the concern of so many listening. If money came this night, what would it alter in you? Perhaps not your whole life at once, but certainly some emotional burden would lift. Perhaps you would feel no more than a great quietness descend upon you. Perhaps the mind would stop circling its fears. Perhaps the body would cease bracing. Perhaps you would become kinder, more patient, less hurried. These are the first forms of wealth in feeling. Enter them. Do not despise them because they seem inward and subtle. They are the true currency from which the visible coin must follow. A man says, if I were financially free, I would finally feel free to live. Good. Then freedom is the note. Enter freedom now. Enter freedom now. Not the outward extravagance necessarily, but the inward spaciousness of one whose life is not inwardly caged. Another says, if money came, I would stop fearing the post, the ledger, the knock at the door. Good. Then fearlessness is the note. Enter fearlessness now. Another says, if abundance came, I would feel able to bless others, to help, to share. Good. Then generosity is the note. Enter generosity now. In each case, the desire itself tells you what emotional state must be assumed. The desire speaks in symbol. The feeling reveals the essence. Let me put it in another way. Many pray for bread, but what they truly desire is the sense of being cared for. Many pray for money, but what they truly desire is the end of inner pressure. Many pray for success, but what they truly desire is the quiet dignity of being established. The wise man sees through the symbol to the state. he does not deny the symbol. He may still desire the money, the bread, the success, but he understands that what he really seeks is the inward state those things would produce. Therefore, he enters the state first and lets the symbol come by law. This is why the law of reversibility is such a precious key. It spares you from waiting at the gate of the world. It tells you that you may walk in through the inner side. It frees you from the tyranny of sequence as the senses report it. It says to the one in debt, do not wait for the cleared account to know peace, and the account will clear by law. It says to the one in scarcity, do not wait for abundance to feel secure. Feel secure, and abundance must gather around that state. It says to the anxious man, do not wait for life to prove itself safe. Enter safety in consciousness, and life will conform. There is a solemn beauty in this because it returns everything to the kingdom within. It says, in effect, that the world is not shut against you. It is waiting upon your inner consent. If you continue to say, when this changes, then I shall feel differently, then you remain the servant of appearances. But the moment you say, I will feel now what the fulfilled desire would produce, you begin to become cause. You move from reaction to creation, and that is the true dignity of man. Now do not misunderstand this and turn it into empty performance. To pretend an emotion which is wholly foreign and never entered is not the same as assuming a state. You need not act wildly. You need not simulate extravagance. You need only surrender genuinely, even for a few moments, to the feeling tone that would naturally belong to fulfillment. If relief is what money would bring, then let there be one deep, true sigh of relief. If safety is what abundance would mean, then let the body know safety. If gratitude would arise upon receiving the gift, then whisper thank you as one who has already received. The law does not ask for theatrical violence, it asks for felt reality. And once the feeling is there, however quietly, it must be honored. Stay with it. Do not rush away from it to check whether the world has changed. Do not say, very well, I felt relief for a moment, now let me see if any evidence has appeared. That would be to uproot the seed. Remain for a little while in the state itself. Let it deepen. Let the body remember it. Let sleep carry it inward. If you are at the threshold, the law of reversibility does not reward impatience. It answers accepted state. There is a circular majesty in this law which the intellect at first may resist. The intellect wants linear order. It wants to say, first this, then that, with the visible always leading. But life itself is more subtle. The unseen gives birth to the seen, and the seen in turn teaches the sleeper what the unseen must be. The fulfilled desire tells you what feeling belongs to it. Once you know that feeling, you may use it as cause. Thus the end secretly contains the means. The fruit tells you the nature of the seed. Once you know the fruit, you may plant the proper seed consciously. This is why I call it a higher principle. It reveals the law as elegant, reciprocal, and whole. If the thought of money still troubles you because it seems too large, too external, or too bound to circumstance, then cease looking at money for a moment and ask yourself only this: what would be different in me if I were already provided for? Do not answer with numbers, answer with feeling. I would be calmer. Then take calm as the state. I would feel safe. Then take safety as the state. I would finally relax. Then take relief as the state. I would be able to bless others without fear. Then take generosity as the state. In each case, you have found the inward equivalent of abundance. Enter it. That is the hidden key. And as you enter it, remember always that the law is faithful. If money would bring relief, then relief may call money. If abundance would bring security, then security may call abundance. If freedom would make you grateful, then gratitude may draw freedom. This is not backwardness. This is the true order. The outer world has no choice but to embody the state that consciousness accepts as true. Therefore, choose the state not as one experimenting timidly, but as one using a law as exact as any in nature. Tonight, when you lie down and let the body soften into the bed, you may use this key at once. Do not ask first, how shall money come? Ask instead, what would money have me feel if it were already here? Then let that feeling come near. Let the burden fall in imagination. Let safety enter. Let gratitude rise. Let the body know it. Let sleep receive it. This is the law of reversibility applied to money. And if you truly grasp it, you possess a powerful inner key that can change the whole manner of your prayer. You will no longer beg for effects. You will enter causes. That is a noble thing to know before sleep. Now we come to something deeper than money, deeper than the outer rearrangement of circumstances, deeper even than the pleasant surprise of visible increase. For if this teaching is to bless you truly, it must not remain only a method for changing conditions. It must become a way of dying to what has bound you and rising into what is already prepared for you. The old self must not go to bed with you. Hear me well, I do not mean the body. I mean the state you have worn like a garment, perhaps for years, perhaps so long that you no longer knew it was only a garment and not your essence. I mean the self that lies down each night carrying the same hidden confessions, the self that says without always using words, I never have enough, the self that expects strain, the self that has made an identity of being behind, of being unsupported, of being the one for whom things come late or not at all. The self that says, money leaves me, life is hard, nothing stays, I must worry or I will lose everything. That self has been crossing the threshold of sleep again and again, and because it has crossed the threshold, it has been renewed. Men speak often of wanting a new life, yet they take the old self to bed with them every night. They say they wish to awaken to abundance, yet they lie down as the old man of fear. They say they want freedom, yet they carry into the holy interval the same inward history, the same emotional memory, the same hidden conclusions about themselves and life. Then they wonder why tomorrow bears the same face. But how could it be otherwise? If the old self enters the workshop of creation, then the old life will continue to be produced. If the old identity crosses the threshold, then the old harvest will keep appearing. This is why I say, with all the seriousness of love, the old self must not go to bed with you. There is in each man an old story, and that story speaks most loudly when the world grows quiet. In the day, he may busy himself enough to forget it. He may distract his mind with duties, conversations, and movement. But when the body lies down and the room is still, the old story tries to return. It whispers the same things it has whispered 100 nights before. You know how life is. You know what always happens. You know what always happens. You know money slips away. You know how hard this is for you. You know you are the one who must struggle. That voice is not truth. It is memory made into identity. It is the old self asking once more to be renewed in sleep. But tonight, beloved, you must begin to say no. Not with violence, not with hatred toward yourself, not with strain, but with holy refusal. That self may have traveled with you many nights, but it need not cross tonight's threshold. The old man may stand at the door, but he need not be carried into the sanctuary. You are not required to continue him. You are not required to rehearse him. You are not required to let him speak the final word of the night. I want you to see him clearly so that you may release him gently and firmly. He is the one who lies down with fear in the chest. He is the one who still clings to the history of disappointment as though it were prophecy. He is the one who interprets every delay as proof. He is the one who expects the account to betray him, the opportunity to pass him by, the money to vanish, the future to press harder rather than soften. He is the one who has mistaken old evidence for eternal law. He is the one who says, this is just how my life is. He is the one who has made peace with contraction. And because he has been believed, he has been given another day, and then another, and then another. But he is not your true self. He is only a state. And what is a state but something entered and sustained? What has been entered may be exited. What has been sustained may be released. What has been worn may be laid aside. This is why I tell you there is a kind of silent death required, if you would truly enter abundance. Not the death of your being, but the death of identification with the old story. The death of the one who says, I never have enough. The death of the one who sleeps in fear. The death of the one who has worshipped struggle until struggle became familiar. The death of the one who has believed that life withholds. Do not be alarmed by the word death. In spiritual things, death is often only the ending of an old assumption. It is the laying down of a former name. It is the refusal to answer when the old identity calls. It is the simple but profound act of saying inwardly, that is not who I am tonight. That may have been the state I wore, but I do not take it with me into sleep now. This is a gentle death, but it is a real one, and every true manifestation requires it. For you cannot carry the old man into the womb of creation and expect the new man to be born there. One must be left behind if the other is to emerge. There is a great tenderness in this if you feel it rightly. I am not asking you to despise the part of you that has known fear. I am not asking you to condemn your own tiredness, your wounds, your old beliefs. I am saying only this: do not crown them anymore. Do not let them enter the holy interval as ruler. A frightened child may cry at the door, but you do not make him king of the house. So too with the old self. See him, acknowledge that he has been with you, then let him remain outside the threshold of sleep. And who then shall cross? The new self, the one already supplied, the one already chosen, the one already secure. These are not empty titles, they are states of being, and they must be entered deliberately. The new self does not lie down asking whether there will be enough. He lies down in the feeling that he is already provided for. The new self does not wonder whether life will remember him. He lies down as one already chosen, already favored, already included in the stream of blessing. The new self does not carry tomorrow like a threat into the night. He lies down in security. He may not yet have outer evidence, but he has accepted another inward name. And because he sleeps in that name, life must begin to answer to it. Think of what it means to go to bed already supplied. It means the body no longer braces as though abandoned. It means the soul is not begging at the gate. It means you do not enter sleep, rehearsing how the need might be met. You enter sleep from the state of one whose need is already met in the unseen, that is already supplied. It is a state of inward enoughness. It is not arrogant. It is restful. It is dignified. It is the quiet knowledge that you are no longer outside the current of life, trying to be noticed. You are carried in it. Think of what it means to go to bed already chosen. Many do not realize how much of their financial suffering is tied to a deeper identity of exclusion. They feel, perhaps without saying so, that others are chosen and they are forgotten. Others are favored and they are overlooked. Others receive and they remain waiting outside. This is not abundance. This is the wound of being unchosen. And that self too must not go to bed with you. The new self lies down already chosen, already included, already among those for whom doors open, already among those whom life answers, already one with the stream of favor rather than separate from it. Feel how healing this is. It is not merely about money, it is about belonging in creation. And think of what it means to go to bed already secure. Not secure because the world has finally behaved as you wished, but secure because you have chosen security as the inward atmosphere in which to descend into sleep. The new self no longer sleeps like one on the edge of disaster. He sleeps as one under a roof that does not leak, beneath a sky that does not threaten, in a life that supports him. Again, I do not mean that the senses already prove it. I mean that consciousness has accepted it first. The new self lies down in safety, and because he lies down in safety, life must rearrange to make that inward fact visible. This is the silent rebirth I want for you. Not noise, not outer display, not some dramatic declaration before men. A quieter thing, a more powerful thing. The nightly renunciation of the old identity and the nightly acceptance of the new. Each time you lie down, you are given the chance to be born again in feeling. Each time you approach sleep, you are given the chance to say, I do not carry that old poverty of self with me now. I do not take the old confessions into the dark. I do not sleep as one abandoned. I sleep as one already blessed. This is rebirth in its practical nightly form. The world imagines rebirth must always announce itself with thunder. Yet some of the deepest births happen in silence. A seed does not break open noisily in the earth. A child in the womb is formed in hiddenness. Dawn itself comes quietly before men cry out that morning has arrived. So too with this new self. He is born in the quiet, in the bed, in the holy interval. In the little moments when the old thought would return and you refuse it passage, in the whispered assumption, I am already supplied, in the deep inward yes to safety, in the letting go of the old tightness, in the soft adoption of relief, that is rebirth. I am pause with night irked into the moshali calm, thoughts, light, and perhaps at first the old self will still call to you. He may say, do not forget me. I have protected you by worrying. I have kept you alert. I have prepared you for disappointment. If you release me, you will be foolish. But I tell you, that is the voice of a state trying to preserve itself. It is not wisdom. It is habit speaking in the tone of caution. Many have become so accustomed to fear that fear feels responsible. Many have repeated their old scarcity story so often that they call it realism. But realism to the senses is often blindness to the law. If you would enter abundance, you must be willing to seem inwardly unreasonable to the old self. You must let him die to his claims. When I say die, I mean stop feeding him with belief. Stop carrying him to bed. Stop letting him speak your last thought. Stop allowing him to define who you are in the holy interval. Let him weaken through neglect. Let him fade through disuse. Let him pass because you no longer animate him nightly. This is how states die, by no longer being re-entered. This is how the old man falls away, by not being taken into the workshop of creation. This is how the new man rises, by being assumed before sleep, until he becomes natural. There is a kind of mercy in understanding that your old self is not your essence. If it were your essence, you would be doomed. But it is not. It is only a state learned, repeated, felt, and therefore made familiar. If it can be made familiar, then another can be made familiar. If contraction can become natural through repetition, so can abundance. If fear can feel like identity after enough nights, so can security. If the phrase, I never have enough, can become embodied through use, then so can I am already supplied. What one state has done, another state may do. That is why I ask you not to despair over your past nights. They only show the law has always been working. Now let it work for your liberation. And so tonight, when you draw near the threshold, I want you to perform a holy inward discrimination. Ask yourself gently, who is trying to go to bed with me? Is it the old self, still carrying fear, still bound to the ancient story, still repeating the hidden confessions of lack? Then bless him and leave him. Or is it the new self, the one already supplied, already chosen, already secure, ready to enter sleep, not as beggar, but as inheritor? Choose consciously, for whoever crosses the threshold with you will write tomorrow. The old self must not go to bed with you. Let that settle like a law of love. Not a punishment, but a release. Not a harsh command, but an invitation to lay down a burden you were never meant to carry forever. The old self has had many nights. Let the new self have this one. Let the one who is already supplied lie down tonight. Let the one who is already chosen enter the holy interval. Let the one who is already secure be the final mood of the night. This is no small act. This is not only about money, this is about identity. This is about who is being renewed while you sleep. And if you do this faithfully, even if at first only in small measure, you will begin to notice a quiet transformation. The mind will not reach so quickly for the old phrases. The body will not tighten so easily in the dark. Relief will come sooner. Safety will feel less foreign. Gratitude will rise more naturally. The new self, entered nightly, will begin to feel less like rehearsal and more like home. Then the outer world, which always mirrors the state you occupy, must begin to confess the same transformation. For what is born in silence cannot remain forever invisible. So tonight, beloved, let the old man remain outside the door. Cross the threshold with the new name. Already supplied, already chosen, already secure. Let that be the one who sleeps. Let that be the one who dreams. Let that be the one who impresses the subconscious. And in that silent rebirth, abundance begins to move from method into identity, from hope into being, from imagination into life. Now we must go yet deeper, for there is something even more fundamental than the scene, deeper than the phrase, deeper than the mood taken up before sleep. All of these are powerful, yes, but beneath them lies the root from which they either draw strength or lose it. I speak of self-concept. And unless this is understood, a man may practice the law and yet still wonder why some results appear only briefly, or why one gain is followed by another loss, or why abundance seems to visit but not remain. The true abundance code is not a phrase isolated from being. It is the concept you hold of yourself. Let that sink in quietly. The true abundance code is not merely something you say, it is what you believe yourself to be. A man may sit upon his bed and repeat all the correct words. He may even construct a lovely scene. He may whisper, I am rich, I am supplied, I am free. And yet if inwardly he still feels himself to be poor, still feels himself to be the one left out, the one who struggles, the one to whom life gives slowly and takes quickly, then his deeper planting remains poverty. He is using the language of wealth while preserving the identity of lack. And because self-concept is root, while phrases are often only branches, The harvest continues to bear the character of the root. This is why I say to you that if one feels poor while trying to manifest wealth, one is still sowing poverty. It matters little that the surface mind speaks another language for a few moments if the deeper self still answers to the old name. If inwardly you remain the one who always worries, the one who never quite has enough, the one who expects money to leave as quickly as it comes, the one for whom good things feel temporary, then the very center of your being is still occupied by the old conception. And that conception, more faithfully than any passing act, will shape the world. Do not take this as discouragement, it is revelation. For once you see that self-concept is the true abundance code, you no longer waste yourself trying to decorate the old man with new words. You begin instead to change the inner identity itself. You stop merely attempting to receive more. You begin to become inwardly one who naturally receives. And that is a wholly different thing. Consider the difference carefully. One man says, I hope money comes to me. Another says, I am the one to whom life always provides. The first remains a seeker. The second speaks from identity. One waits outside the stream, asking for water. The other knows himself as already standing in the current. One treats abundance as a visitor who may or may not knock at his door. The other treats abundance as part of his nature, something proper to him, something that belongs to the very way he exists in the world. That difference is not small. It is the difference between sporadic manifestations and stable abundance. I have said often that you must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. But what wish is more central than the wish to be different in yourself? Not merely to possess another object, but to be inwardly another kind of man or woman. The self-concept of abundance is not I have one thing more, it is I am one for whom supply is natural. It is not perhaps I shall receive this particular sum. It is I am the one who always receives what is needed. It is not I hope life will bless me this time, it is I am already the one who is blessed. Feel the weight of those words. I am already the one who is blessed. This is not a passing affirmation if truly entered. It is identity. It means I am not outside grace waiting to be noticed. I am not trying to force life to support me. I am not excluded from provision, from favor, from supply. I am already the one on whom blessing rests. That is a self-concept. And when such a conception grows natural, the world must answer to it, because the world always answers to the conception you have of yourself. Again, let us make the contrast plain. Technique without identity soon becomes effort. Identity rightly assumed makes the technique natural. If a man inwardly feels himself to be poor, abandoned, overlooked, and then attempts some little scene of wealth before sleep, he may achieve a result now and then, but often the result will be unstable, because the scene has not yet become his conception of self. He is still, at root, one who identifies with scarcity. The scene then feels like an exception. The gain feels accidental. And because it feels accidental, he does not dwell in it. He returns too easily to the old feeling of being one who lacks. But if a man changes his self-concept, if he begins to feel, I am the one for whom life always provides, I am the one already blessed, I am the one who receives with ease, I am the one for whom opportunities open, I am the one who is never abandoned by supply, then the scene no longer feels like something foreign. It feels proper, it feels fitting, it feels like a natural expression of who he is. Technique becomes less mechanical because identity has changed. He no longer uses the scene to beg. He uses it to express the truth of the self he has accepted. This is why self-concept is the deeper work. Men often want manifestation without identity shift, but stable abundance does not come that way. They wish to remain inwardly the same man and merely receive another sum, another sign, another outer change. But the old self will interpret the new gift according to its old fears. The old self will cling, worry, lose, doubt, and recreate lack, because that is its home. Therefore, the true abundance code is not a scene isolated from identity. It is identity itself, entering scene, phrase, feeling, and sleep. Suppose a man inwardly says, money leaves me. Even if he never speaks it aloud, that conception will color all his dealings with abundance. He may receive something, but inwardly he braces for its departure. He may imagine a check, yet still feel things never stay. He may try to enter wealth, yet underneath remains the ancient self-concept. I am not one who keeps. I am not one who lives in overflow. I am one to whom things come temporarily and go again. Such a conception is poverty, even if dressed for a moment in richer clothing. Therefore, the law responds not only to the scene, but to the self who enters the scene. Now reverse it. Let a man begin to say inwardly, with sincerity and repetition before sleep, I am the one for whom life always provides. At first, perhaps the phrase feels larger than his habit. Very well, let it be so. Habits are not truth, he continues. He lets the words awaken feeling. He lets the body know what it means to be one always provided for. He enters the scene not as a beggar hoping to be chosen, but as the one to whom provision naturally comes. Another night he says, I am already the one who is blessed. He does not force meaning, he lets it ripen. He lets the phrase become atmosphere. He lets the old story lose its voice, and gradually the whole center of being shifts. He stops approaching life as one braced for disappointment. He begins to move as one for whom support is lawful. Such a man is no longer manifesting from lack. He is expressing an altered identity. And because identity is cause, the world responds with growing consistency. I want you to see that the self-concept of abundance is not noisy. It does not have to boast. It does not need to constantly say, look at me, I am rich. It is quieter than that. It feels like inward permission to live under open heaven. It feels like a quiet assumption of support. It feels like not being startled by good. It feels like not being inwardly suspicious when life begins to move in your favor. Many cannot hold blessing because their self-concept is still that of the overlooked one, and so when good arrives, it feels foreign. They tighten around it, they question it, they wait for it to vanish. But when self-concept changes, blessing feels native. It feels right. It feels like recognition rather than surprise. Let me speak to you of the one who always receives. This is a most useful conception if accepted rightly. There are men who have made an identity of waiting, waiting for the letter, the call, the chance, the turn of fortune, the break in the clouds. They do not know they are inwardly saying, I am the one who is still not yet. That is a dangerous self-concept because the world, ever faithful, reflects it. But imagine instead becoming inwardly the one who always receives, not the one who sometimes gets lucky, but the one who receives by nature, by right of state, by harmony with life itself. How would such a man sleep? How would he breathe? How would he imagine? He would not enter the night as one begging for scraps. He would lie down as one already included in the order of supply. He would expect channels to open. He would not feel startled by provision. He would feel at home with it. This is why I tell you that self-concept is not a small refinement to the teaching. It is the root of it. If you feel yourself poor, and then try to decorate that poverty with one or two rich imaginings, you may still remain bound. But if you begin to feel yourself to be one already supported, already favored, already included in the stream of life's giving, then every imaginal act becomes more fertile. The phrase, I am supplied, becomes easier to feel. The scene of abundance becomes more natural to inhabit. Relief comes more readily because identity no longer fights it. The practice itself becomes more graceful because the deeper self is now aligned with the end. There is a phrase I would have you consider tenderly and repeatedly, I am the one for whom life always provides. Not because I force life, not because I have manipulated the world, but because that is now the truth I accept of myself. Life always provides. Let the phrase breathe. Let it move through you softly. Feel how different that is from I hope life will help me this time. One is petition, the other is identity. One is anxiety, the other is inheritance. Another phrase, I am already the one who is blessed. This too should be entered as conception, not as noise. To feel blessed is to feel under a certain sky. It is to feel that good belongs, that support is not withheld, that there is favor woven into the fabric of your life, even before all visible proof appears. The one who feels blessed does not need to be told 10 times that he may receive. He knows it by inward right, not the right of arrogance, but the right of alignment. He has ceased to identify as excluded. Now perhaps you begin to see why the old self must not go to bed with you. For the old self is not merely a feeling of fear, it is a conception of self. He thinks of himself as one to whom life is hard. He defines himself by struggle. He has built an identity around not enough, around delay, around loss, And because he has done so, he continues to recreate those conditions even when he tries briefly to imagine beyond them. Therefore, his true work is not only to imagine another scene, but to relinquish another name. He must stop answering inwardly to poverty. He must stop recognizing himself in lack. I do not mean that you should deny your present facts with a kind of brittle pride. I mean something more inward and more fruitful. I mean that before sleep, you must begin to feel that old conception is no longer the truth of me. I do not carry it into the holy interval. I lie down now as one for whom supply is natural. I sleep now as one already blessed. I cross the threshold as one who receives. This is the self-concept that stabilizes abundance. Not the isolated act, but the assumed identity. A single act may produce a result, yes, but stable abundance comes from the self-concept to which you return repeatedly until it becomes natural. This is why I want you to stop thinking only in terms of getting and begin thinking in terms of being. Not merely, how shall I manifest this money? But who am I inwardly if I am to live in abundance steadily? The answer will not be a technique alone. It will be an identity. And once identity shifts, the techniques become servants of that identity, not substitutes for it. I have seen men use the law to bring in one thing and then lose it again because they never changed the conception from which they lived. But I have also seen those who changed the conception and found that life itself gradually reorganized around them. Their finances altered, yes, but more than that, their whole inward relation to receiving altered. They no longer approached every good thing with astonishment and fear. They began to expect support. They began to feel chosen for blessing rather than overlooked by it. Their imagination was no longer an occasional escape from identity, but the expression of a new one. Therefore, let this be fixed in you now. Stable abundance comes from self-concept, not from an isolated act. The act is useful. The scene is useful. The phrase is useful. The state akin to sleep is most useful. But all of these are at their richest when they are used to reinforce a new concept of self. If you lie down tonight not merely to imagine a check, but to sleep as one for whom life always provides, then the imaginal act becomes seed in the richest soil. If you do not merely hear congratulating words, but hear them as one already blessed, then your whole being is aligned. This is the true abundance code. So ask yourself tonight, gently but honestly, who am I when I lie down? If the answer is, I am the one who never has enough, then that is the self-concept now to be laid aside. If the answer is, I am the one to whom money comes and goes, then that too must be surrendered. If the answer is, I am the one who struggles harder than others for what others receive easily, then that identity must not cross the threshold. Instead, take a new one. I am the one for whom life always provides. I am already the one who is blessed. I am the one who always receives what is needed. I am the one who is supported, chosen, secure. Take one of these if it speaks to you, and do not say it as mere phrase. Say it until it begins to feel like a new name. Say it until relief gathers around it. Say it until the body softens into it. Say it until sleep receives it. And night after night, let the new conception deepen. Then you will discover something wonderful. The techniques no longer feel like labor. The feeling comes more quickly. The scene becomes more natural. The whole process simplifies because you are no longer trying to persuade an old self to accept abundance. You are dwelling as the new self to whom abundance belongs. That is the deeper work. That is the stable work. That is the stable work. That is the secret beneath the secret. And when once you understand it, you will know that the true abundance code has always been the concept you hold of yourself before sleep. Let me now give you living illustrations, not merely to delight the mind with stories, but to show you the law in operation through ordinary human lives. For many hear the principle and feel something stir within them, yet still another part whispers, yes, but does this truly happen? Has anyone really changed the course of life in this way? And so I bring you these accounts, not as curiosities, but as witnesses. The law is no respecter of persons. What one has done inwardly, another may do. What has borne fruit in one life may bear fruit in yours. And if while you hear these stories, some quiet permission rises in you, some inward sense that says, then I too may enter this, then they will have served their purpose. I remember a woman who came to me carrying a weariness deeper than money itself. Her debts had become not merely figures on paper, but a state of soul. She lived in dread of the post, in dread of the knock at the door, in dread of the next demand that might arrive. Each night she went to bed not to rest, but to continue suffering inwardly. She would lie awake rehearsing amounts, dates, and fears. She told herself she was being practical, but in truth, she was planting scarcity with every night's final mood. When she came to me, she had already exhausted many outward efforts and had begun to feel that life itself had turned against her. I asked her a very simple question. If it were all settled, I said, how would you feel before sleep? At first, she could not answer, because she had become so accustomed to sleeping in fear that another feeling seemed almost foreign. But after a little while, she said quietly, I would feel relief. I think I would finally breathe. That was enough. I told her not to try to imagine all the money, all the channels, all the explanations. I told her to choose one scene only. She took a single bill, one that had frightened her especially, and before sleep she imagined seeing across it the words paid in full. That was all. Not 10 bills, not a long story, just one sheet of paper, the bold words across it, and her own inward sigh of relief. Night after night, she let that scene return. She entered it gently, and with it she felt the release of one whose burden was over. Now the outer world did not change at once, and I say that because I do not wish to flatter you with falsehood. The law often works first in silence. But something began to change in her quickly, inwardly. She no longer went to bed in dread. She no longer fed the old self each night. She began to sleep as one already crossing out of the old condition. Within a short time, a series of perfectly natural events unfolded. A man who had long owed her money, but whom she had ceased even expecting to hear from, reappeared and settled the old account. Then a small claim, overlooked for months, was finally processed. The amounts did not fall from heaven dramatically. They came by channels already latent in the world, but now drawn together by the new state. Piece by piece the burden lifted, not through her nightly worrying, which had only prolonged it, but through her nightly acceptance of relief. In time she wrote to me and said, what I saw inwardly as settled, life has now settled outwardly. That is the law. There was another man, a clerk by occupation, diligent but discouraged. He was not drowning in debt exactly, but he lived in chronic constriction. He had made a kind of religion of enough to get by. Money came and went in small and joyless patterns. He had accepted as identity the thought, I am one who must always scrape through. When he first heard me, he understood the principle intellectually enough, but he still inwardly thought of abundance as belonging to another class of being, not to himself. He had no great imagination for castles and fortunes, and so he believed perhaps the law was not for him. But I told him the law does not ask what style of abundance appeals to you first. It asks only that you enter the state. He said to me, what would abundance even feel like for me? I asked him, what would tomorrow feel like if you were no longer inwardly counting every coin before you slept? He answered, after some reflection, it would feel quiet. It would feel easier. I think I would feel that life had finally made room for me. That phrase caught him, and I told him to use it. So before sleep, he ceased trying to imagine a dramatic fortune. Instead, he imagined a friend taking his hand and saying, at last life has made room for you. That was his one scene. He heard it. He felt the hand. He let the words imply the whole fulfilled condition. More importantly, he began to take on the self-concept of one for whom life does indeed make room. The bridge of incidents in his case was not spectacular, but it was exact. A superior at his office, who had scarcely noticed him before, was suddenly moved to recommend him for a position that had not previously seemed available. That led to another introduction, and from there his whole occupation gradually shifted into more favorable channels. His income improved, yes, but even more importantly, his inward relation to receiving changed. He no longer felt like the man scraping at the edge of things. In his own words, I stopped feeling accidental to life. That is abundance of a profound order. And once that self-concept shifted, money followed with increasing naturalness. I recall also a woman who desired not a steady increase, but an immediate proof. She had heard the teaching and was fascinated by it, but some part of her still wanted evidence, something concrete enough to silence the old skepticism. She had no appetite for long abstractions. She said, I should like to test this with money itself. I told her very well, but warned her not to become fascinated with means. I asked her instead to ask herself what she would feel if an unexpected check arrived tomorrow in the post. She said instantly, "I would laugh. I think I would actually laugh from relief." So that became her scene. Not the check itself, though she could have used it, but the immediate reaction to the check. She heard herself laugh softly in her room, and then whisper, "It came, it truly came." She repeated that little moment as she drifted into sleep, not tensely, but with increasing warmth. Within 2 weeks, a matter long entangled and forgotten in the hands of others was resolved. A payment which had been delayed almost beyond expectation was finally released and reached her by post. It was not a fictional miracle. It was a natural event, but it came in exact harmony with her inner act. She laughed when she opened it, and afterward she wrote to me with gratitude, saying, "I laughed in life exactly as I had laughed in imagination." Such details may seem small to some, but to the one who has truly entered the law, they are not small. They are proof that consciousness does indeed lead, and the world follows. There was a businessman once who came not in need of a small sum, but in the midst of a failing enterprise. He was deeply troubled, not only because money had tightened, but because his pride was tied to the venture, and he felt himself sinking with it. His difficulty was not simply financial, it was conceptual. He had accepted as identity the thought, "I am one whose efforts collapse." That was the old self he had been carrying to bed. He could say all day long that he wanted success, yet each night he fell asleep in the mood of disappointment already expected. That mood was becoming seed again and again. I did not ask him first to picture money pouring in. I asked him to choose a scene that would imply restoration and recognition. After some thought, he settled upon hearing a trusted associate say, "You turned it around beautifully." That sentence touched him because it implied not only money, but vindication, dignity, competence, and renewed standing. Night after night, he entered the drowsy state and heard those words. He felt the handshake, the respect, the inward pride without vanity. He stopped sleeping as a defeated man. He began sleeping as the one who had already turned the thing around. Now observe the bridge. A casual meeting, which he might once have overlooked as unimportant, led him to reconsider a branch of his business he had almost abandoned. A minor contact introduced him to a man whose resources and interests aligned in just the needed way. Negotiations followed, and the business reoriented itself, not instantly, but decisively. Over time, the enterprise became not only stable, but genuinely prosperous. Later, he said to me, "The scene was so small, yet life built so much from it." Exactly. The seed is small, the harvest is large. That is why the one scene principle is wise, and why the subconscious may be trusted to construct the bridge from a fulfilled implication. I remember too a widow whose need was less dramatic outwardly, but inwardly no less real. She had enough to survive, but not enough to live without persistent fear. Her whole life had become one of quiet contraction. She did not ask for luxury. She asked to feel no longer at the mercy of every expense. When I spoke with her, I saw that money for her meant one thing above all else, peace. So I told her to stop imagining piles of notes if they did not move her. I told her instead to imagine herself lying in bed and realizing there was nothing to fear tomorrow. It was almost a scene within a scene, the imaginal act of already sleeping in peace. This may sound circular, but it was exact for her. Before sleep, she imagined that she was already that woman who feared nothing financially upon waking. She felt the mattress, the quiet room, the peaceful chest, the secure mind. She let that state carry her into real sleep. What followed was not one sudden windfall, but a gradual and undeniable prosperity. A small investment, once neglected, began to yield more. An arrangement within her family shifted in a more favorable way. A source of support long assumed closed, opened again. The important thing is that her life no longer felt brittle. In time, she said something beautiful. The money came, yes, but first the fear left. And when the fear left, life began to answer differently. That is one of the finest descriptions of the law I know. Another man came to me full of skepticism, but also curiosity. He had heard that small imaginal acts could prove the law, and he was willing to test it if it cost him nothing. At first, he used the simple ladder exercise and found, as so many have, that life arranged the trivial event exactly as imagined. That gave him courage. Then he turned the same principle toward money. But because he was still cautious, he chose not to imagine a fortune. He chose to imagine merely opening a drawer and finding it unexpectedly full of crisp notes. He did not concern himself with where they came from. He simply felt the surprise and the satisfaction of that discovery. A short time later, in the course of sorting through old papers, he came upon an envelope containing money he himself had put aside long ago and utterly forgotten. Some would laugh and say, well, he had hidden it himself. But the point is not that money materialized from nowhere like a stage trick. The point is that consciousness selected from the whole world of latent facts exactly that which corresponded to the imaginal act. The scene was fulfilled, and in being fulfilled, it taught him the law. From there his faith grew, and with faith came larger manifestations through equally natural means. Small proofs often prepare the mind for greater trust. I knew also a gentleman who desired release from a long, oppressive financial arrangement. He had inherited not wealth, but complication. Matters tied up in papers, old obligations, and family confusion had left him feeling burdened by money rather than blessed by it. I told him that before sleep he must cease being the one entangled, he must become the one released. After much searching, he chose a little imaginal act. He would see himself closing a ledger, tying it with a ribbon, and placing it away with the inward certainty that the whole matter was ended. It sounds almost poetic, but that was the scene that spoke to his feeling. He repeated it, and more importantly, he entered the mood of finality and freedom. Over the following months, several delayed matters were unexpectedly resolved, and what had seemed impossible to untangle gradually came into order. This was not a magician's trick, but a lawful rearrangement through the bridge of incidents. The scene did not dictate every outer mechanism, it implied the end. Life then built the means. I recall with warmth a woman who used the law with such purity of feeling that her story remains dear to me. She had no grand ambition except to be free from the constant humiliation of having to borrow small sums from relatives. It was not the amount that hurt her, it was the inward condition. She felt diminished by dependency. So I asked her not to imagine money first, but to imagine herself saying, with quiet joy, I have no need to ask anyone anymore. That sentence became her scene. She would lie in bed and hear herself say it, not bitterly, but gratefully. She would feel the dignity of being sufficient. Within a moderate span of time, a small business venture of her own, long treated as an afterthought, began to flourish. It was not immediate fortune, but it was steady and sure. For the first time in years, she found herself able to meet her needs from her own means without inward shame. That is abundance too. Do not think only in grand sums. The law is just as glorious in restoring dignity as in producing wealth. Stable abundance is as much about who you become as what arrives. And then there was the matter of forgotten inheritance. I speak of it because it illustrates how beautifully the bridge of incidents may use channels wholly outside the imaginer's planning. A man, practical and somewhat tired of life, had been told for years that little good ever happened through his family line except trouble. He had inherited the self-concept of one to whom burdens were passed down, not blessing. When he came to me, he did not ask first for money. He asked how to stop feeling like the wrong kind of heir. That language struck me deeply. I told him to reverse it. Before sleep, he was to feel himself as one who inherits blessing, not someday, but now. He chose a simple scene of being told, something of value has come to you. Weeks later, a family matter long buried in confusion brought to light an inheritance almost forgotten by all concerned. Papers were found. A claim was established. The sum, while not vast beyond measure, was enough to alter his life substantially. But what mattered most was his realization that he had first inherited inwardly a new self-concept. He ceased being the wrong heir and became the blessed one. The outer fact followed the inner acceptance. Do you see the pattern running through all these stories? The problem may differ. The form of abundance may differ. One seeks release from debt, another an unexpected check, another a business opening, another restoration of dignity, another long-delayed provision. But the law remains the same. The old state is first recognized. The nightly mood is changed. A brief imaginal act implying fulfillment is entered. Feeling gives it life. The self-concept shifts from lack to possession. Then, often quietly and in perfectly natural ways, the bridge of incidents begins to form. In time, the outer world reflects the new inward state. This is why I share these things with you. not to entertain, but to authorize your own faith. If another woman burdened by debt could lie down and imagine paid in full until life answered, why not you? If another man who felt life made no room for him could become inwardly one for whom doors open, why not you? If another could receive an unexpected check, a business opportunity, an inheritance, a steady and dignified prosperity, why not you? The law has no favorites. It responds only to the state impressed upon consciousness. Take these stories into the night with you, not as distant wonders, but as signs of what becomes possible when the night is used consciously. Let them say to you gently, you need not continue the old way. You too may plant differently. Let them remove from you the superstition that this works only for unusual souls. It works for the one who understands. It works for the one who feels. It works for the one who sleeps no longer as the old self, but as one already supplied. And perhaps as you hear them, some inward permission is already forming in you, not loud, but real. Something says, if others have done this, then I too may enter the law. I too may stop sowing fear. I too may choose the final mood. I too may become the one who receives. If that thought has begun, then tonight's work is already bearing fruit. For faith often begins, not as certainty, but as permission. And once permission is granted inwardly, the seed need only be planted. Now I must speak to you of something that confuses many at the very moment when they have begun to use the law correctly. They enter the state, they impress the subconscious, they sleep in the feeling of fulfillment. And then, because the outer world does not instantly present the desired form in the exact manner they had imagined, they begin to doubt. They think perhaps nothing has happened. Or worse, they think some movement in life means the law has failed them, when in truth that very movement may be the beginning of fulfillment. This is why you must understand the bridge of incidents. The bridge of incidents is the chain of events through which the imagined end becomes fact in the world of sense. Once the impression has been made, once the subconscious has accepted the state as true, life begins to rearrange itself. People are moved, circumstances shift, delays occur in one place, so openings can appear in another. A letter arrives, a meeting happens, a forgotten matter resurfaces. Something ends, something begins. The whole pattern may seem casual when viewed fragment by fragment, yet taken together, it forms a bridge leading from the present state of affairs to the fulfilled desire. This is why I tell you that after the impression, the law is already moving, even when you do not yet see the final harvest. The bridge does not wait until the day you notice it. It begins the moment the state is accepted. The subconscious, having received the seed, immediately goes to work, arranging the means of its outpicturing. You need not hear its machinery. You need not witness its invisible labor. But it is at work nonetheless. And because it is at work, you must learn not to panic when life does not move in a straight line according to your little reasoning. The bridge may seem casual. It may seem delay. It may seem detour. It may even appear for a moment to contradict the wish. Yet all the while, it may be the law in action. Men often imagine that fulfillment must arrive directly, neatly, and according to their own preferred map. But the subconscious is not confined to your narrow view. It sees channels you have not imagined. It uses materials already present in the world. It can turn what looks like postponement into preparation, what looks like interruption into redirection, what looks like loss into opening. Suppose, for example, that a man has impressed abundance before sleep, but the next week something old falls away. He may at once be tempted to say, this is not the law, this is the opposite of my desire. Yet it may be that the old had to go so that the new could appear. Another imagines financial relief and then hears nothing for a time. He says, nothing is happening, but something may already be moving far beyond the reach of his immediate senses. A paper may be passing through hands. A person may be reconsidering a decision. A circumstance may be ripening in exact relation to his assumed end. Delay to the senses is not delay to the law. The bridge may be forming in silence. This is why I urge you not to demand the how. The how is not your work. The end is your work. The feeling is your work. The state is your work. The bridge belongs to the law. If you insist on knowing by what exact channel abundance must come, you may blind yourself to the channels already opening. If you say, it must come through this one person, this one sum, this one transaction, this one date, you have reduced the infinite wisdom of the subconscious to the size of your own current logic. Then, if life chooses another route, you may fail to recognize the answer because it has not worn the costume you prescribed. There is a kind of spiritual arrogance in demanding the how. It says, I know better than the law through what door my wish should enter. But you do not know better. Neither do I. The subconscious, which is the faithful servant of the state impressed upon it, is wiser than your waking calculations. It may choose the obvious route, yes, but it may also choose a strange meeting, a forgotten account, a delayed letter, a change in another's heart, an inheritance, a release from one obligation that opens the way to another source, or 100 other things you could not have planned if you tried. This is why you must leave the how alone. Let me say this even more plainly. Do not impose the channel. Do not say, if it does not come by this means, then it is not fulfillment. That is how men blind themselves. They pray for abundance and then stare only at one window, while the answer is entering by another door. They imagine a check and therefore fail to recognize the opportunity. They demand immediate cash and therefore resist the relationship, the meeting, or the shift that is itself the first section of the bridge. They insist upon one visible form, and so misinterpret all other motion as irrelevant. But life is subtler than that. The bridge may begin with something that seems almost too ordinary to matter: a conversation, a letter, a recollection, a cancellation, a delay, a person unexpectedly reappearing, a matter once thought closed, opening again. At the time, it may not look like abundance. Yet months later, looking back, you may say, that was the first plank in the bridge. This is why I say the law often fulfills itself naturally. So naturally, in fact, that one may overlook its wonder unless one remembers the imaginal act that preceded it. I have seen people lose heart precisely because they did not understand the bridge of incidents. They would impress the subconscious at night and then wake each day searching anxiously for signs. If nothing obvious appeared, they grew discouraged. If something confusing appeared, they called it failure. They planted and then dug up the seed by demanding to see the root. But the farmer does not kneel over the earth in panic because he sees no stalk the next morning. He trusts the hidden process. He knows that the first work is subterranean. So too with your assumption. The first movements are often invisible, then ambiguous, then recognizable only in retrospect. Trust is therefore essential. And yet trust does not mean passivity in the dull sense. It means inward relaxation. It means not trying to force the world to prove itself according to your timetable. It means blessing the movement even when you do not yet understand it. It means saying inwardly, the law is moving, whether I see the whole of it or not. It means refusing to interpret every silence as abandonment or every detour as denial. For the bridge may curve where you wanted straightness. It may pause where you wanted speed. It may remove something before it gives. It may appear in a form humbler than you expected at first, only to lead to the greater fulfillment afterward. This is why the bridge of incidents should fill you not with anxiety, but with reverence. Life is moving. The whole of the world is more fluid than men know. Once the subconscious has accepted a state, it begins drawing to itself the people, timings, documents, impulses, decisions, and circumstances necessary for that state to harden into fact. You may call some of these coincidences if you like, but coincidence is only the name given by those who do not see the law. To the one who understands, the so-called chance meeting, the casual remark, the delayed payment, the unexpected redirection, all may be parts of the same secret architecture. I want you now to imagine what freedom comes from this understanding. You no longer need to sit in bed bargaining with life about the exact road. You no longer need to wake each morning and test whether reality is obedient enough for your liking. You no longer need to insist that abundance arrive by one narrow avenue. You may enter the state, plant the seed, and then allow life to build the bridge in its own wisdom. That is great peace. That is one of the fruits of true faith. Now there is a warning hidden in this peace, and you must receive it well. Do not become so fascinated with one imagined channel that you miss the law itself. If you have imagined an unexpected check, and instead an opportunity opens that will bring greater and steadier abundance, do not reject it because it did not match your first form. If you have imagined immediate relief, and instead a process begins that first appears slow, do not curse it too soon. Ask yourself rather, is this perhaps part of the bridge? If you have entered the end correctly, life is under command, though not under your little method of command. The bridge will still carry you if you do not leap from it in impatience. Sometimes men do leap from it. They imagine wealth, And then when a present arrangement collapses, they cry out, I have failed. But perhaps the collapse was necessary. They imagine support, and then an old dependency ends. They think, now I am more lost than before. But perhaps the dependency had to end for a truer support to emerge. The bridge may require the falling away of old structures. If you mistake that for abandonment, you may return to the old state, and thus halt the unfolding that had already begun. Therefore, hold fast to the end. Interpret life from the state, not the state from each passing incident. That is a noble sentence to remember. Interpret life from the state, not the state from each passing incident. If you are already inwardly the one who is blessed, then passing events must be read in the light of that blessing, even before you understand them. If you are inwardly the one already provided for, then life is moving toward provision even when the root is not yet visible. If you are already the one who receives, then what appears today may be part of receiving, even if it first wears the garments of delay. This is how you remain in confidence, not by forcing yourself to like every circumstance, but by refusing to surrender the state because of circumstance. The bridge of incidents may be quiet or dramatic, short or long, straightforward or winding. Those are outer differences only. The essential thing is that it exists. Once the state is impressed, there will be a bridge. Life does not stand still before an accepted assumption. It begins to move at once, and if you will not interfere with impatience, you will in due season see the wisdom of its movement. Perhaps you can already look back over your life and notice times when events only made sense afterward. A meeting seemed small, yet later proved crucial. A delay seemed cruel, yet later saved you from the wrong road. A loss opened the place where something far better could enter. So it is here. The bridge is rarely understood while every plank is being laid. It is most often recognized when one turns and sees how exact the hidden sequence has been. That is why faith is needed in the middle, before full understanding comes. And so I say to you tonight, plant well, impress the subconscious faithfully, and then let the law move. Do not harass the bridge. Do not demand its blueprints. Do not accuse it of failure, because it does not march in a straight, visible line. Relax, trust, watch without strain. Bless even what you do not yet understand. The law is moving. The bridge is forming. The way may seem casual, delayed, or indirect, but it is still the way. This understanding should bring great relief to the heart. You are not required to invent the path. You are not required to force the channel. You are not required to manage all the outer mechanisms by your waking intellect. You are required only to enter the end, feel it real, sleep in it, and remain loyal to it. The subconscious, once impressed, will do the rest in the world of incidents. That is why after the imaginal act, there must be rest. Not indifference, but rest. Not laziness, but trust. Not laziness, but trust. Not blindness, but openness. The bridge of incidents belongs to the law. Leave it there, let the state do its work. Let the path unfold. Let abundance come by the door it chooses. And when it comes, it will likely feel more natural than you once imagined, because that is the style of the law. It fulfills itself with such quiet exactness that others call it coincidence, while you will know it as the inevitable bridge built from the unseen. Now I must prepare you for the morning, for many sow well at night and then lose heart by noon. They impress the subconscious in the holy interval. They enter the feeling of the wish fulfilled. They sleep in the new state, and then with the rising of the sun they turn again to appearances as though appearances were king. In this way they plant and then disturb the ground. They accept inwardly and then revoke outwardly. Therefore you must understand what it means to ignore appearances. I do not mean blindness. I do not mean foolishness. I do not mean that you must stare at a bill and scream that it does not exist. That is not wisdom. That is merely another form of bondage. Nor do I mean that you must pretend the world of facts has no present shape at all. Facts do have shape. Bills arrive, numbers appear, letters come, accounts show what they show, but none of these are cause. That is the point. The wisdom is not in denying that appearances appear. The wisdom is in refusing to crown them as cause. The bank does not command your state. The bill does not command your future. The outer world is not enthroned unless you enthrone it. A figure on a page may report a past state, but it cannot create the next one unless you submit inwardly to its authority. The account is echo. The debt is echo. The present circumstance is echo. And if you look too long and too fearfully at the echo, you begin to reactivate the old state that produced it. Then the echo, which should have faded under a new assumption, is fed again with your renewed belief. This is why I say to you, the three-dimensional world is an echo. It is the reverberation of states already occupied. It is the shadow cast by consciousness already assumed. It is not the living source, the source is always within. Therefore, to live wisely after the nightly act is not to collapse before the morning's evidence. It is to remember what evidence is. It is old news. It is yesterday's inward life made visible. It is not the master of today's inward choice. When a man understands this, he becomes stable. He may look upon the same figures as before, but he no longer lets them define him. He may open the same letter, but he does not inwardly bow. He may hear the same outer facts, but he interprets them differently, because he now knows they are effects. The ignorant man looks at the echo and believes it has power to produce the voice. The wise man knows that the voice produced the echo, and therefore he returns to the voice. Let us make it very plain. If you lie down tonight in relief, enter sleep as one already supplied, impress the subconscious with abundance, and then wake tomorrow and stare in fear at the bank balance, what have you done? You have taken the old echo as fresh command. You have allowed the outer report to reteach you the old state. You have looked not merely at the appearance, but through it as though it were cause. That is how men undo their own work. They do not fail at night so much as they abandon the state in daylight by over-honoring the shadow. This is why too much looking at the echo is dangerous, not because sight itself is evil, but because unguarded interpretation is creative. If every time you check the account you let your chest tighten, if every time you see a bill you inwardly say, here it is again, the old life, the same struggle, the same insufficiency, then you are not merely observing, you are agreeing, you are renewing, you are fertilizing the old field. The echo fades only when you stop feeding it with the state that first made it. I want you to feel the calm strength of this wisdom does not say, there is no bill. Wisdom says, this bill is not my cause. Wisdom does not say, there is no low balance. Wisdom says, this balance is yesterday's shadow and not today's master. Wisdom does not say, nothing difficult appears. Wisdom says, what appears has no authority unless I return inwardly to the state that produced it. This is a vast difference. One is hysteria, the other is spiritual intelligence. There are those who think the teaching asks for frantic denial. It does not. A hysterical mind is still ruled by appearances, only in reverse. It is still reacting. It is still granting the outer world enormous power. True wisdom is quieter than that. It sees the appearance, but refuses to kneel. It knows the bill is paper, not destiny. It knows the bank is a mirror, not a god. It knows the outer condition is temporary because it is effect. The wise man does not have to shout at the shadow. He simply turns again to the light. Suppose tomorrow morning you wake, and some fact presents itself that the old self would have used as proof of limitation. What then? Then you must remember who now governs, not the fact, the state, not the report, the consciousness from which future reports will come. You may look, yes. You may respond outwardly as prudence requires, yes, but inwardly you must not surrender your throne. Inwardly you must say, perhaps softly and not even in words, this does not decide me. I have already chosen the new state. I have already planted another seed. I will not make this shadow king. That is the art, not wild contradiction, not nervous optimism, stability. The man who is stable after the nightly act is one who treats appearances as passing witnesses, not final judges. He understands that the old state may still echo for a little while. He does not panic because of that. Why should he? If a man shouts into a valley and then grows silent, the echo does not cease in the same instant. It continues for a moment. So too with consciousness. You may have changed the inner voice, and yet some echoes of the old cry remain for a season. Let them pass. Do not shout the old cry again merely because you still hear it fading in the valley. That image is worth holding. Let the old echo die. Do not refresh it. Do not answer it with the same old fear. Do not hear it and conclude that nothing has changed. Much may have changed at the level of cause, while the valley still returns yesterday's sound. If you understand this, patience becomes easier, and dignity becomes possible. You no longer demand that the whole world instantly erase all traces of your former state in order for you to believe. You believe first because you know the law. The bank does not command you, the bill does not prophesy over you, the visible does not determine the invisible. It is the invisible that gives birth to the visible. Therefore, your task tomorrow is not to become entangled with every appearance, but to remain inwardly faithful. Look less often if looking tempts you back into fear. Touch the matter outwardly only as needed, but do not live there mentally. Return again and again to the emotional signature of abundance you planted in the night. Relief, ease, security, calm, freedom. Let these remain your home while the world catches up. One of the greatest mistakes men make is to think that seeing is harmless. But seeing is never just seeing when it is joined with identification. To look at a low figure and inwardly become the old self again is to re-enter the former state. To look at the same figure and remain inwardly secure is wisdom. That is what I mean by ignoring appearances. Not refusing to know what is there, but refusing to become what you used to be because of what is there. And how shall you do this practically? By remembering gently and often that the outer is echo. That simple remembrance has enormous power. When the mind begins to tighten around some fact, remind yourself this is echo. When the old urgency rises, remind yourself this is not cause. When the temptation comes to measure your worth, your future, or your abundance by some present condition, remind yourself the world only mirrors the state I occupy, and I have chosen another state. Such remembrance is not strained, it is protective. It keeps the inner act from being swallowed by the old interpretation. You must not become a slave to checking. There are men who plant at night and then spend the day digging. They examine, compare, recalculate, reread, recheck, re-worry. They say they are looking for progress, but in truth, they are looking for permission to feel what they refuse to continue feeling inwardly. That is not faith. That is dependence upon appearances. And appearances, being old echoes, rarely satisfy such dependence quickly enough. So the man becomes more anxious, and the old self grows bold again. Be wiser than that. Plant, and then live from the planted state. I am not asking you to neglect practical duties. If a letter must be answered, answer it. If a bill must be handled as best you presently can, handle it. If a conversation must be had, have it. But do these outward acts without inward enthronement of fear. The wise do not refuse to move in the world. They refuse only to let the world define their inner being. You may write the letter as one still secure. You may speak with another as one still provided for. You may take practical steps while inwardly remaining in the end. That is mastery. The ignorant mind says, if I remain calm, I am being irresponsible. No, if you remain calm while acting wisely, you are being causative. Panic does not improve action. Fear does not create provision. Contraction does not produce abundance. The calm man sees more clearly. The secure man hears more inwardly. The one who refuses to crown appearances remains available to the bridge of incidents already forming. Often the next step appears not to the frantic, but to the one who has ceased making the echo his master. This is why stability after the act is so important. The night impresses. The day either protects or disturbs that impression. And the way to protect it is not by nervous denial, but by noble indifference to appearances as cause. Let them be what they are for the moment. Let the old account report the old state. Let the old bill testify to the old planting. But do not make them prophets over the new seed. They belong to what has been. Your work is with what is becoming. There is something deeply peaceful in this if you allow it. You no longer have to win an argument with every fact. You no longer have to emotionally wrestle each appearance into submission. You simply stop worshipping it. You stop placing a crown upon paper, upon numbers, upon passing conditions. You say inwardly, you may appear, but you do not reign. And then you return to the state chosen in the night. That return, repeated often enough, creates a marvelous steadiness. The old self loses its daily foothold. The new self begins to feel normal, even in the presence of temporary contradiction. And yes, there may be days when the echo is loud. There may be moments when the old fear tries to rise strongly. That is why I speak to you now, not to promise a life without appearances, but to teach you how not to be mastered by them. If the old feeling surges, do not condemn yourself. Simply do not enthrone it. Notice it, release it, and come back. Come back to relief. Come back to security. Come back to the inward knowledge that what you planted was real. Come back to the self-concept of the one for whom life provides. Each return weakens the old authority. So tomorrow and all the tomorrows that follow this night, remember, the bank does not command you. The bill does not command you. The outer world is echo. Looking too long and too fearfully at the echo reactivates the old state. Wisdom is not hysterical denial. Wisdom is refusing to crown appearances as cause. Wisdom is remaining inwardly loyal to what has been accepted in the state akin to sleep. Wisdom is walking through the day as one who has already changed at the level of source. If you can do this, then your nightly work will have continuity. It will not be broken every morning by old habits of worship. The seed will remain undisturbed. The bridge will continue to form, and you will discover a new kind of stability, not dependent on what the day happens to show at each hour, but rooted in the knowledge that you have already moved causation in the one place that matters most. That is how the wise meet appearances, not as servants, but as creators who understand echoes for what they are. There is a fragrance that rises from a man or woman who truly possesses. It cannot be imitated for long, and it cannot be manufactured by strain. It is not loud. It is not theatrical. It is quiet, warm, and certain. And that fragrance is gratitude. Now I must speak to you of gratitude, because many have heard the word and have turned it into another labor, another burden, another thing to do correctly. They say, I must be grateful so that I may receive, and in that very sentence you can hear the secret fault. It places gratitude in the future, as a bargain, as a coin offered to purchase a blessing. That is not gratitude. That is anxiety wearing a respectable mask. True gratitude is not a technique you force upon yourself in order to coax life into giving. True gratitude is the natural consequence of already having. It is the feeling that rises when possession is assumed and accepted. It is the soft thank you that comes not from pleading, but from fullness, not from fear of loss, but from the calm knowledge that it is already done. If I were to give you a purse filled with gold and place it into your hands, you would not say thank you with panic in your voice, as though it might be taken away. You would not whisper it through clenched teeth, hoping I approve of you. You would say it simply, easily, because you have received the thank you of possession is effortless. It is almost inevitable. It is as natural as the sigh that comes after a burden is lifted. So when you bring gratitude into the nightly act, do not bring it as a forced ritual. Do not squeeze your mind, trying to produce a feeling you do not yet inhabit. That would be like painting a smile upon the face while the heart trembles. Instead, enter the state of already being supplied, and let gratitude arise from within that state. You do not begin with gratitude and hope it will lead you to possession. You begin with possession in imagination, and gratitude follows as perfume follows a flower. This is why gratitude deepens the impression. When gratitude is genuine, it is evidence that the subconscious has accepted the imaginal act. It is the sign that the scene has become inwardly real. For the subconscious does not respond to words, as I have told you. It responds to feeling tones, and gratitude is one of the richest feeling tones of all, because it implies completion, it implies ownership, it implies arrival. There is a thank you that is thin and nervous, and there is a thank you that is full and quiet. The nervous one says, please let it happen. Please do not deny me. Please hurry. The full one says, it is already mine. The nervous one still watches the door for proof. The full one rests, because proof is no longer needed to justify the feeling. The nervous one is still bargaining. The full one is simply acknowledging. I want you to know the difference in your own body. The anxious thank you often comes with tightness in the chest, a seeking in the eyes, a subtle fear beneath the words. The true thank you comes with softness. The shoulders release, the breath deepens, the jaw unclenches. The mind becomes quieter. There is a gentle warmth in the chest, like a small lamp lit in a room that is safe. And this is important, because the final mood of the night becomes the seed of tomorrow. If you go to sleep with anxious gratitude, you still plant anxiety. But if you go to sleep with the gratitude of possession, you plant fulfillment. Therefore, let your gratitude be the kind that belongs only to those who already have. You may ask, but Neville, how can I feel grateful when I have not yet seen it? And I answer you as I always have. You are not asked to be grateful for what the senses report. You are asked to be grateful for what you have accepted in consciousness. The imaginal act is a fact in its own dimension. When you have entered it and felt it real, you have done something actual. You have moved cause. You have changed the state, and it is right to be grateful, not because you hope, but because you know. In truth, gratitude is one of the simplest ways to remain in the end without strain. When you say inwardly, thank you, in that soft, satisfied way, you are not begging. You are confirming your assumption. You are sealing the act. You are saying to the subconscious, this is finished. You are letting the scene sink deeper, as a stone sinks into still water. But I must warn you, do not turn gratitude into a performance. You need not flood yourself with emotion or repeat thank you 1,000 times like a charm. One quiet thank you from the state of possession is more powerful than 100 frantic repetitions. The law is not impressed by quantity, it is impressed by reality. And reality is feeling. So let gratitude be gentle, let it be simple. If you have imagined the bill stamped paid in full and you have felt the relief, then let a soft thank you rise, like breath. If you have imagined a friend congratulating you and you have felt the warmth of it, then let a quiet thank you follow. If you have imagined yourself already secure, already free, then let gratitude settle in you as naturally as you settle into the bed. This kind of gratitude does not strain for proof. It does not argue with circumstances. It does not demand a timetable. It is not impatient. It is the calm acknowledgement of possession, and it carries a warmth that makes sleep itself feel like a sanctuary. And there is another secret in it. Gratitude, when genuine, changes your identity without force. For the one who is truly thankful in the way I describe cannot simultaneously be the one who feels forgotten, denied, or cursed. Gratitude is the fragrance of the chosen. It is the perfume of the one who has received. When it becomes natural to you, you are quietly confessing, I am the one who is provided for. And the world, which only mirrors the state you occupy, must reflect that confession. So tonight and each night, do not merely attempt gratitude. Enter the end, feel the wish fulfilled, and then let gratitude arise as the natural consequence. Let it be soft and certain. Let it be complete. Let it be the gentle warmth that closes the act and carries it across the threshold of sleep. If you are lying there now, or if you will lie there soon, let your body grow heavy, let the room fade, let the mind grow quiet. And as you rest in the imaginal scene that implies abundance, allow a simple inner whisper to form, not as a plea, but as a satisfied acknowledgement. Thank you. Not because you are trying to be rewarded, but because you have already received in consciousness. Not because you are afraid, but because you are full. Not because you are waiting, but because it is done. And in that perfume of possession, you will find something tender and powerful. A warmth that softens the heart, a certainty that steadies the mind, a quiet joy that requires no evidence. And from that state, sleep becomes easy, because you are no longer going to bed as one who hopes. You are going to bed as one who has. And when you go to sleep that way, the subconscious receives the seal of gratitude as a final confirmation. It is as though you have pressed your signet upon the wax of the letter and closed it. The message has been sent, the command has been given, the seed has been planted and covered gently with the richest soil. So rest in gratitude, not as a tool, but as a natural perfume, and let that perfume be the last thing you wear as you cross into sleep. Now we come to the part of the night where I ask you to do less and to allow more. You have listened, you have understood, and understanding is good. But tonight is not for understanding alone. Tonight is for entrance. Tonight is for immersion. Tonight is for immersion. Tonight is for that gentle surrender in which the imaginal act becomes so natural, so quiet, so real, that you drift into sleep wearing it as you would wear a familiar garment. So, if you are lying down, let yourself be exactly where you are. Let the bed hold you. Let the weight of your body become honest and unforced. There is nothing you need to prove, nothing you need to force. Let your arms rest where they wish to rest. Let your jaw loosen. Let your tongue lie softly in the mouth. Let the eyes be still behind the lids. And let the breath become slower, as though it has all the time in the world. As the breath lengthens, the world begins to recede. The day, with all its noises and its demands, grows distant, as though it belongs to another person. You do not fight it, you do not wrestle it. You simply allow it to fade, like the last light leaving a room, and in that fading something else becomes clearer. The inner world, the only world that creates, begins to glow softly, like a lamp lit in the center of your being. Now I ask you to remember this. You are not trying to make something happen tonight. You are not pushing life, you are not begging the world. You are entering the state in which the thing desired is already true. And if you can enter it even for a few quiet moments, and let sleep take you there, then you have done the creative act. The rest is the bridge of incidents, and it will be arranged for you. So let the drowsiness come. Let it come like a gentle tide. There is a moment when the body becomes heavy and the mind begins to float, and you will recognize it not by effort, but by ease. Thoughts slow, the edges of the world soften. You are neither fully awake nor fully asleep. This is the golden threshold. This is the state akin to sleep. Now, without strain, allow a simple scene to form. Not a long story, not a motion picture, a single moment, short and complete, that implies the end is already reached. And as you allow it to form, enter it from within. You are not watching yourself, you are being yourself. You are seeing through your own eyes, hearing through your own ears, feeling through your own hands. Imagine very simply that you are holding a piece of paper in your hand. Feel its texture. It is real. It has weight. The corners press lightly against your fingers. It is a bill or a statement or a notice that once carried fear, but now, across its face, there is a stamp. The ink is bold, the letters are clear, paid in full. Let your eyes rest upon those words as though they are the most ordinary thing in the world, as though you have seen them 100 times, because this is now your normal life. Notice what happens in your body as you see it. A soft release, a loosening, a quiet relief, like a sigh that comes from deep inside the chest. Let that relief be natural. Let it spread slowly as warmth spreads through the limbs when you are safe. You do not need to shout. You do not need to celebrate wildly. Just let the truth of it settle. It is finished. It is resolved. The old pressure is gone. And now, still within the same gentle mood, imagine that someone is near you. You need not see their face clearly. You may simply sense their presence, and you hear their voice, close and warm, speaking to you as naturally as one speaks in the home. I'm so happy for you, they say. I knew it would work out. You're free now. Let those words be heard with the same quiet certainty you would feel if they were spoken aloud in the room. And as you hear them, allow a small smile to touch the lips, not forced, not performed, a smile that comes because it is true. Now let the scene shift softly, as a dream shifts. You are not working, you are drifting. Imagine yourself at a desk or a table, and there is an envelope before you. It is addressed to you. Your name is there. Feel the paper beneath your fingertips as you pick it up. It is slightly thick, not flimsy. It carries a sense of importance, but also a sense of naturalness, as though good news has become normal for you. You open it slowly. You draw out what is inside. It is a check or a letter of confirmation or a receipt. Do not strain to see every detail. Let only what feels natural become vivid. Perhaps you notice the amount. It is generous. It is more than enough. And again, what matters most is not the numbers, but the feeling that rises when you know you are supplied. Let that feeling come. Relief first, then safety, then a quiet certainty, as though some deep part of you says, of course, this is my life now. Hold it a moment longer. Feel the slight stiffness of the paper, the smoothness, the reality of it, and notice how ordinary it feels. That is the secret. When the wish fulfilled feels natural, it is accepted. So allow it to be ordinary. Allow it to be your normal. Allow it to be the sort of thing that happens to you because you are the one who is always provided for. Now imagine yourself standing in a room that feels like home, a beautiful home. Not necessarily grand in the eyes of others, but rich in peace. The air is calm. The light is gentle. You can sense that everything here is cared for. You are cared for. Walk slowly through this place as though it belongs to you, because it does. Feel the floor beneath your feet. Touch the surface of a table as you pass. Notice the stillness. Notice the absence of strain. There is a moment in such a home when you realize you are not living with a shadow over you. No secret fear, no dread of tomorrow, no quiet calculation. You breathe and the breath is easy. You sit and the body rests without tension. This is the true wealth. It is not merely money as an object. It is the end of inner pressure. It is the return of peace. And now, in imagination, you go to a small place where you keep your papers, a drawer, a box, a shelf. You open it and you see that everything is in order. Bills are filed, but they do not threaten you. Accounts are balanced, but you do not fear them. There is a sense of mastery without struggle. You are the one who has, you are the one who can, you are the one who is safe. Let the feeling deepen. Let it become a tone, like a soft music beneath everything. The tone of abundance is not frantic, it is not urgent, it is spacious, it is calm, it is a quiet freedom in the chest. Let that freedom spread through you now, as you lie there, letting the body become heavier and heavier, letting the mind float more and more. Now imagine a simple act of generosity, not because you must prove anything, but because it is natural when you are supplied. See yourself giving easily. Perhaps you are handing an envelope to someone you care about. Perhaps you are paying for something without hesitation. Perhaps you are helping quietly, with dignity, not rescuing, not showing off, simply sharing from overflow. Notice how it feels to give when you are not afraid. It feels clean. It feels free. It feels joyful in a quiet way. And as you feel that, you are impressing a powerful truth upon the subconscious. I have more than enough. I live in supply. Life provides for me so fully that I can provide for others. And the world must mirror that state, because the world only mirrors the state you occupy. Let the scene soften again. You are lying in bed, but it is not the bed of strain, it is the bed of fulfillment. You are going to sleep with nothing chasing you, nothing waiting to punish you in the morning, and you feel something that perhaps you have not felt in a long time. A deep, simple security, the kind that children feel when they know they are cared for, the kind that needs no argument. Now gently bring a phrase to your mind, not as an affirmation you shout at yourself, but as an inner confession spoken from the state. Choose something simple. Perhaps I am already supplied, or I am always provided for, or I live in abundance. Say it inwardly as though you are stating an obvious fact, and as you say it, let the feeling match it. Let the body relax into it. If the mind wanders, do not scold it. Bring it back gently, the way you would guide a child back to bed. If a thought of the day appears, let it pass like a cloud. You do not chase it. You do not wrestle it. You return to the feeling of already having, return to the calm, return to the quiet security. Now imagine again that receipt, stamped, paid in full. See it for a moment, feel the relief, and then let it dissolve into the deeper feeling beneath it. Freedom. Not freedom in words, but freedom in the body, a lightness in the chest, a softness in the belly, a looseness in the shoulders. Let your whole body learn the feeling of abundance, not as an idea, but as a physical state. And now, imagine you awaken in the morning. Very softly, you see the first light of day. You are not startled, you are not burdened. You open your eyes with the quiet confidence of one who expects good news, because good news has become normal. You stretch, and your body feels light. There is no dread, there is no rush, there is no rush. You simply begin the day from peace. You go about the morning as one who is already secure. Even if the outer world has not yet shown its full harvest, you are not shaken because the seed is planted. You do not consult shadows to determine your reality. You carry the reality within you. And as you move through the day, little confirmations appear, small as whispers at first, but undeniable. A kind word, an unexpected ease, a door that opens, a problem that resolves itself, and you recognize them not as accidents, but as the first fruits of the state you occupied in the night. Now let that morning fade and return again to the night, to the bed, to the drowsy threshold where you are now. You are here again at the doorway, and you choose the end again, gently, lovingly, without strain. Imagine yourself hearing the words once more, close and warm. It worked out. Feel how those words land in you, like a soft blanket placed over the shoulders. You're taken care of. Feel the truth of it, not a hope, a fact, not a wish, an acceptance. Now imagine, if you like, the sound of coins or notes being counted, not greedily, but simply as evidence of plenty. You hear the soft rustle. You sense the fullness. Or imagine the simple sight of a balance written plainly, enough and more than enough. But do not cling to numbers. Cling to the feeling tone. The feeling is the secret. Let yourself drift deeper now. The images may become softer. That is perfectly fine. As you approach sleep, vividness is not as important as feeling. The subconscious receives feeling as reality. So even if the scene becomes dim, let the relief remain. Let the gratitude remain. Let the quiet certainty remain. And now bring gratitude, not forced, not anxious, but full and soft. A simple inward whisper, thank you. Not as a plea, but as an acknowledgement. Thank you, because it is done in consciousness. Thank you because the seed is planted. Thank you because I am the one who is always provided for. Feel that thank you settle into you like perfume. It does not shout, it lingers, it makes the whole inner atmosphere gentle and rich. And in that atmosphere, sleep comes naturally, like a friend. Now I will speak slowly through a few more gentle pictures, and you may take them or leave them. If you fall asleep, that is good. If you remain half awake, that is good. The important thing is that you remain in the mood of fulfillment. Imagine a small stack of letters on a table. You open them calmly, one by one. Each contains good news. Each contains relief. One says a balance has been cleared. Another confirms a payment. Another offers an opportunity. And with each one, you feel more and more certain that life provides for you. You do not feel surprised. You feel recognized, as though the world is finally showing what you have been inwardly true to. Imagine then that you place these letters neatly aside, not with frantic excitement, but with quiet satisfaction. You are the kind of person to whom such things happen, and you carry that identity like a calm light within you. Now imagine sitting at a table with someone you love. The conversation is easy, there is laughter, there is warmth, and you realize that money, when it is right in consciousness, is not a struggle you argue about. It is simply there, like air. It supports life quietly. It allows love to be expressed without fear. It allows time to be enjoyed without dread, and you feel a deep tenderness, a sense that you are safe and that those you care for are safe too. Let that tenderness become part of your abundance, for abundance is not merely coins and notes. It is ease, it is time, it is the ability to breathe without pressure. It is the freedom to be kind without counting the cost. It is the calm knowledge that tomorrow does not threaten you. Now, as you drift, I ask you to hold one simple truth. You are the operant power. You are not a victim of circumstances. The world is not your master. Consciousness is the only cause. And tonight you have moved in consciousness. Tonight you have accepted the end. Tonight you have worn the state of abundance as naturally as you wear the body in the bed. So rest. Let the drowsiness carry you. Let the scene, the feeling, the identity sink deeper. And if you find yourself halfway asleep and a thought rises, return gently to one simple inner confession, spoken as though it were already fact. I am already supplied. And then softly, as though closing a door with care, whisper within yourself, thank you, and drift. Now, before we close this night together, I must lift your understanding a little higher, for I would not have you leave this teaching thinking it is merely a clever way to collect coins. If you use the law only to gather money, you will have used a royal instrument for a very small purpose. Money is useful, yes. Relief from pressure is good, yes. But the greater revelation is something deeper than that. It is the discovery of the source itself. For money is not the source. It never was. Money is a symbol. It is a visible sign of supply moving through the world. It is a token, a convenient form through which provision expresses itself among men. But it is not the creative power. It is not the origin of abundance. It is only the shadow of something greater. The true substance of abundance is imagination. Imagination is the creative reality. Imagination is the workshop of creation. Imagination is the womb in which every outer fact first lives in invisible form before it is born into the world of sense. When you understand this, you begin to see money differently. You stop worshipping it. You stop fearing it. You stop thinking it possesses mysterious authority over your life. You see it as a symbol, a reflection, a shadow cast by a deeper light. If a man were to chase shadows all his life without turning toward the light that casts them, he would remain restless. He might collect many shadows, but he would never feel truly secure because he would always fear their disappearance. But the one who turns toward the light understands something liberating. If the light remains, the shadows must appear. If imagination is rich, its outer reflections must eventually show themselves in forms that the world calls wealth. This is why I say that abundance in the outer world is the shadow of richness within consciousness. The world believes the opposite. The world says, first gather money and then you will feel rich. But the law reverses this order completely. First, become rich in imagination, rich in the sense of supply, rich in the feeling of already being provided for. When that state becomes natural, the outer shadows must rearrange themselves to reflect it. And this is why I do not want you to idolize money. Many people do this without realizing it. They make money the power, the judge, the provider, the savior. They look to it for security, for identity, for dignity. But money cannot carry that weight. It was never meant to. It is only a sign. When you worship the sign, you forget the source. But when you discover the source, everything changes. When you realize that imagination creates reality, you understand that supply does not begin in the bank, the business, the market, or the circumstance. It begins in consciousness. It begins in the state you occupy. It begins in the feeling you accept as true before sleep. The outer forms come and go, but the source remains within you. And this discovery is the true wealth. I have seen men gain money and still feel poor because they never discovered the source. They were always afraid that circumstances might change and take their wealth away. But I have also seen those who discovered the source within themselves, and once they knew it, their relation to life transformed. They understood that supply was not something outside them that must be begged or hunted. It was something that flowed naturally from the state of consciousness they occupied. Such a person may enjoy money, but he is no longer enslaved by it. He does not fear its absence as before, because he knows where it comes from. He knows the well from which the water rises. And when a man knows the well, he does not panic when the cup is empty for a moment. He knows where to return. This is why I sometimes encourage people to begin with money, because it is so concrete. It is easy to measure. It is easy to recognize when the outer world changes, when a bill is paid, when a check arrives, when an opportunity opens. The mind can clearly see that something has shifted. These visible signs can help convince the intellect that the law is real. But the real purpose of these demonstrations is not the money itself. The purpose is to awaken you to the truth that you are the operant power, that your imagination is the source, that consciousness is the cause behind every shadow in the world. Once you realize this, the whole of life becomes different. You no longer approach the world as a beggar hoping for favorable circumstances. You approach it as a creator selecting states. You no longer measure your identity by current appearances. You measure it by the state you choose to inhabit. And because the world faithfully mirrors that state, you begin to move through life with a kind of quiet authority. This authority is not loud. It does not boast. It does not dominate others. It is simply the calm recognition that imagination is the one creative power. And once that is understood, even abundance takes on a new meaning. Abundance is not merely the possession of things. It is the recognition that you are connected to an infinite source within yourself. It is the knowledge that the creative power of the universe is not outside you, but operating through your own consciousness. It is the understanding that what you assume and feel as true becomes the reality you walk through. When you see this clearly, money loses its tyranny. You may enjoy it, use it, bless others with it, build with it, but you do not fear it. You do not worship it. You do not believe it is the root of life. You know it is the shadow of something deeper. Imagine a man standing before a wall at sunset. His shadow stretches long across the ground. If he became fascinated with the shadow and tried to grab it, he would fail. If he tried to control it by manipulating the ground, he would fail. But if he turns toward the light, the shadow will always follow him. So it is with abundance. Turn toward the light of imagination. Enter the state of already being supplied. Accept the identity of one who is blessed. Feel the relief, the security, the freedom that belongs to that state. When you do, the shadows must fall into alignment. You will find that opportunities appear. Money comes through channels you had not considered. Problems resolve themselves through bridges of incidents that seem almost effortless in hindsight. And yet you will know the secret. You will know that the outer movement began the moment you changed inwardly. And this realization is greater than any single sum of money. For once you discover the source, you are no longer limited to one demonstration. You can apply the same law to every aspect of life: health, relationships, creativity, peace of mind, purpose. All of these are expressions of states assumed within consciousness. This is why I say that the greatest wealth a man can possess is the knowledge of his own creative power. A man who discovers this has found a treasure greater than gold. For gold may be spent, lost, or stolen. But the knowledge that imagination creates reality cannot be taken from you. It remains the well from which all new conditions may arise. So when you practice tonight, when you enter the state akin to sleep and feel yourself already supplied, do not think you are merely attracting money. You are discovering something about your own being. You are discovering that the creative power of life is within you, and that discovery is the true abundance. It is the quiet realization that you are not a powerless creature wandering through circumstances. You are consciousness itself, selecting states, impressing the subconscious, and watching the world rearrange to reflect what you have accepted as true. Once you understand that, abundance becomes natural, not because money is magical, but because you know where it comes from. It comes from you, from your imagination, from the state you dare to assume, from the quiet creative power that operates within you every night as you cross the threshold of sleep. And when you realize this deeply, you no longer chase shadows in fear. You walk in the light, and the shadows follow. And now we come to the closing charge, and I want you to receive it, not as mere conclusion, but as instruction for this very night. Do not let these words remain only as something heard and admired. Do not leave them floating in the mind like pleasant ideas. Carry them to the pillow. Carry them into the darkness. Carry them across the threshold of sleep. For tonight matters. Tonight is not merely another turn of the clock. It is not merely the end of another tired day. Tonight is a doorway. Tonight is a field. Tonight is a workshop of creation. What you carry into sleep will not be lost. It will not be forgotten. It will be planted. It will be received. It will become the seed of tomorrow's experience. So let me gather the whole truth simply and clearly for you. Sleep is the door. It is the holy interval in which the outer world loosens its grip, reason grows quiet, and the deeper mind opens itself to impression. That is why this hour is sacred. That is why I have asked you not to waste it on old fears, old accounts, old stories, old inner conversations of lack. Sleep is not escape. Sleep is entrance. Sleep is the place where the state you accept tonight begins to write the facts of tomorrow. Feeling is the secret. Not words alone, not effort alone, not wishing alone. Feeling. The subconscious responds to feeling tones. It responds to relief, to possession, to gratitude, to security, to quiet certainty. If you say, I am rich, yet feel poor, the feeling is planted. But if you say, I am already supplied, and let relief move through your body, then the state is accepted. Feeling is what gives life to the imaginal act. Feeling is what presses the seed into the fertile ground. Assumption is the code, not a superstitious phrase, not a charm, not a trick. Assumption. The inward acceptance that what you desire is already true now in consciousness. The scene you choose, the phrase you whisper, the mood you wear, the state you carry into sleep, all of these are forms of assumption. And when assumption is joined to feeling and taken across the threshold, the law begins to move. This is the hidden code, not outside you, within you. Self-concept is the root. This may be the most important thing of all. For a man may perform the technique and yet still secretly think of himself as poor, unlucky, unsupported, overlooked. If so, he is still planting from the old root. But when he changes the concept of himself, when he begins to sleep as one who is already provided for, already blessed, already included in life's abundance, then the whole practice becomes natural and stable. The true abundance code is not an isolated act. It is the self you accept yourself to be. And gratitude is the sign. Not forced gratitude, not anxious gratitude, not pleading gratitude, but the soft, full, certain gratitude of one who already has, the quiet thank you that rises because the burden is already lifted in consciousness, the gentle thank you that seals the imaginal act and carries it into sleep like perfume. When gratitude comes naturally, the impression is deeper. It means you are no longer begging, you are acknowledging. So I say to you again, tonight matters. Tonight plant deliberately. Tonight do not go empty-handed into sleep. Do not take nothing with you but the day's fatigue. Do not take the old man of fear. Do not take the old woman of worry. Do not carry the ancient confession, I never have enough. Do not let the one who says, money leaves me, cross the threshold. Do not lie down in the old story and then ask why the old harvest returns. Tonight is too precious for that. Go to bed with something real in your hand inwardly. Take your one scene, take your one feeling, take your one inward phrase, take your new name, take the emotional signature of abundance. Take the self-concept of one already provided for. Take the gratitude that belongs to possession, and then let sleep receive it. Tonight, sleep as one already supplied. Feel what that means. The pressure is over. Life is not withholding. Support is present. You are not outside the stream of good. You are carried in it. Let that be the final atmosphere of the night. Tonight, sleep as one already blessed, not the one waiting to be chosen, not the one hoping to be noticed, not the one outside the banquet hall. No, sleep as one already under favor, already included, already remembered by life, already within the current of provision and grace. Tonight, sleep as one already free, free from the inner tyranny of lack, free from the old emotional signature of urgency and contraction, free from worshipping appearances, free from the belief that the outer world decides what you are, free in consciousness, free in state, free enough to breathe deeply, softly, and with peace. And if you do this, you will not be going to bed as you have gone to bed on so many former nights. You will be entering the workshop of creation consciously. You will be sowing instead of scattering. You will be selecting instead of reacting. You will be moving from victimhood into operant power. I do not ask you to force miracles by strain. I ask you to enter the state. I do not ask you to fight the world in the dark. I ask you to withdraw your faith from appearances and place it in consciousness. I do not ask you to sleep with hope alone. I ask you to sleep in the feeling of fulfillment. So when the room is quiet, when the breath slows, when the body grows heavy, remember what you have heard tonight. Let it return to you softly. Sleep is the door. Feeling is the secret. Assumption is the code. Self-concept is the root. Gratitude is the sign. And tonight is the night to use them. Do not say, tomorrow I will begin. Tomorrow is always the language of the old man. Begin tonight. Plant tonight. Cross the threshold differently tonight. Let this be the night you no longer hand your subconscious fear, debt, urgency, and old identity. Let this be the night you hand it relief, abundance, security, blessing, and the quiet conviction that it is already done. If you can do that, even gently, even imperfectly, even for a few drowsy moments, you have already changed something fundamental. You have altered the inner cause, and once cause is altered, effect must follow. So now, beloved, as you draw nearer to sleep, go not as a beggar, go not as the old man, go not as the one who never has enough, go as one already supplied, go as one already blessed, go as one already free, go as one already free. And let the pillow receive not your old fear, but your new identity. Let the night receive not your old confession, but your new state. Let sleep receive not your lack, but your abundance. And as you drift, if only one sentence remains with you, let it be this: I do not sleep tonight as the old man. I sleep tonight as the one who already has. Tonight matters. Sleep is the door, and feeling is the secret. So do not cross this threshold as the old man of worry and lack. Carry one simple scene, one quiet assumption, and the soft certainty of already being supplied. Whisper within, gently and without strain, it is done. Thank you. And now, rest as the one who is already blessed, already free, already provided for.